Welcome. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of Macquarie University land, the Wadamadigal clan of the Darug Nation, whose cultures and customs have nurtured this land since the Dreamtime. We pay our respects to elders past, present, and future. We welcome people of all nations and all faiths. Kwai Bidja, Jamna Payala Janawi. Come here, we speak together. We have 60,000 years of archaeological evidence of Aboriginal habitation at Lake Mungo and 20,000 years in Ryde. We have great antiquity. Today, hundreds of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people graduate from Macquarie University. The Darug Nation had famous leaders such as Chief Yarramundi, Naraginji, Colby, and Maria Locke. Many of the descendants of these Darug people live today amongst you. We celebrate with you our ongoing attachment and custodianship of this country. We celebrate the achievements of Macquarie University.
With any further ado, I would like to ask Montserrat Roman Pampillo to proceed for the opening of our 9th Australian-Spain Research Forum. Again, welcoming all of you to Macquarie University. So please, for you.
Thank you, Angel. Distinguished guests and colleagues from the fields of science, education, business, and diplomacy, from both Spain and Australia, dear friends. It's a pleasure and a privilege to participate in the opening of the 9th Spanish-Australian Research Forum, A Connected World. Allow me, first of all, to express my gratitude to Macquarie University for their hospitality in hosting this event for the 4th year in a row, which I also have the honor to open for the first time since my appointment as a Deputy Head of Mission of the Embassy of Spain in Australia last year. I'd like to especially thank the President of SRAP, Macquarie's own, Dr. Angel Lopez Sanchez, for his excellent work in organizing this edition of the forum. I would also like to thank you to Professor Luis Salvador and Sergio León Zabal, former presidents of SRAP, as well as to all the members of the association for your tireless effort in organizing science diplomacy activity that, without a doubt, contributes significantly to the development of bilateral relations between Spain and Australia. Allow me to also acknowledge and thank the official sponsors of this forum, the Spanish-Australia Council Foundation, the Ramon Areces Foundation, and INDRA. Thank you very much to all of them. As you all know, SRAP started its operations in 2014 and was officially established in April 2015 with the assistance and support of the Embassy of Spain, the Cervantes Institute in Australia, and the Spain-Australia Council Foundation. The Embassy of Spain has continued its support since then, with the conviction that SRAP is playing an essential role in the coordination, visibility, and dissemination of scientific research and in the facilitating of networking and collaboration between Australian research institutions and their Spanish counterparts. These achievements have, without a doubt, made SRAP an exemplar for scientific diaspora associations, resulting in it becoming one of the founding members of RAICES, the worldwide network of associations of Spanish researchers abroad. Currently, SRAP member Dr. Sofia Samper Carro from ANU is the chair of RAICES Research and Gender Commission, and we are very proud of that. The research forum that I inaugurate today is aptly named A Connected World. I think the topic could not be more appropriate. Our world is connected in more ways than we can ever imagine. And technology and innovation are continuously increasing the links between disciplines. Climate change, migration, industry, education, and artificial intelligence are just a few of the possible connections with planetary consequences that will be addressed in today's event. And remarkably, Australian and Spanish researchers and institutions are key actors in these important connections. Today's forum builds on the successes of previous SRAP collaboration under the leadership of Dr. Ángel López Sánchez, such as the excellent inter-university conferences initiated in 2022 by Macquarie, SRAP, and the Cervantes Institute, which continue this year with 2 more events involving the University of Valencia and the Autonomous University of Barcelona. In addition to that, 3 more universities, UTS, the University of Canberra, and the University of Córdoba, have joined the conversations to create co-tutel programs. The Embassy of Spain strongly supports these great initiatives, which showcase the importance of our scientific links to this region of the world. Also, under Angel's leadership, SRAP has developed and maintained solid links with Spanish companies such as Navantia, Indra, Tipsa, and Ferrovial. I really believe that fluid communication and collaboration between research institutions and industry partners is essential for the advancement of the science and society as a whole. And as such, we hope that many more companies will join this dialogue very, very soon. With all this in mind, Ángel and SRAP board, I cannot miss this opportunity to thank you for your remarkable work. These steps that we are taking in the strengthening of our bilateral scientific relation with Australia are immense. And your work to bring these ambitious projects to fruition, especially here at Macquarie University, is worthy to the highest praise. Dear guests and colleagues, I am certain that this forum is going to be very, very fruitful. And at the end of the event, we will all reach the conclusion that science, technology, and cooperation are some of the most powerful tools to create a better world for all. Thank you all very much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Montserrat, for that great speech and introduction. I would like to invite now Professor Saki Pretorius. Wait a moment, spoiler, Vice Chancellor of Macquarie University, to provide another welcome speech in behalf of Macquarie University. It is really my honor that he is with us here today. Thank you very much, Saki.
Thank you, Angel. Good morning, colleagues, distinguished guests, friends of Macquarie, and a very special word of welcome also to the distinguished guests, the Deputy Head of the Spanish Embassy in Australia, Montserrat Pampillo, Ambassador of Australia in Spain, Ms. Sophia McIntyre, General Consul of Spain in Sydney, Ms. Rebecca Gunier, and Director of the Institute to Cervantes, Sydney, and Cultural Consul of Spain in Australia, Ms. Coral Martinez. It gives me great pleasure to open the ninth, that's remarkable, Australia Spanish Research Forum on behalf of Macquarie University. And what a great, timely theme to focus on today, namely a connected world. We have to prosecute that. Are we as connected as we are thinking, as we were a few years ago? I trust that you will enjoy today's discussions, networking opportunities, and meeting one another. Allow me to say a few words of Macquarie University. We often hear how universities attempt to differentiate themselves from the pack. Macquarie is no exception. When we say Macquarie was founded back in 1964 to be distinctive, what did we mean? What did the founding fathers mean by that? But in what way are we also distinct now, and how are our four faculties, arts, business, science and engineering, and medicine, health and human sciences, are they differentiate themselves from the pack of other universities around the world? If I have to summarize it in one word, what is distinctive of this university, I will say consilience. Let me say and explain what I mean by that. The term consilience was coined in 1833. And very few people who are not native English speakers, but also native English speaking people, don't understand that term. As an immigrant, I only learned it not so long ago. The term consilience was coined in 1833, as I said, by a polymath, William Whewell, the same person who coined the term scientist. He defined the term consilience as the principle that evidence from independent, unrelated sources can converge on strong conclusions. Put differently, the synthesis of knowledge from different specialized fields of human endeavor unites the sciences and humanities. The unity of knowledge is a powerful dynamo of scientific and technological advances. It is the practice of this unity of knowledge that binds our four faculties here at Macquarie, where the synergism of our wide variety of disciplines synergizes to generate new knowledge, creative outputs, and impactful solutions to grand social challenges. In plain English, that means if we tackle a societal challenge, we throw everything that we have at this university as a team at that challenge. And we pick our challenges very careful that we focus on. As a new university, we cannot take on all challenges, but we are very careful how we select the challenges that we focus on. In the spirit of consilience and aligned with today's theme of a connected world, 10 years ago when I joined Macquarie University, our research community came together and collectively we decided that at a very high level, we will focus on 5 priority domains: healthy people, resilient societies, prosperous economies, a secure planet, and innovative technologies. That sounds like motherhood statements. Let me just flesh that out a little bit. Building on successes today, Macquarie continues to pioneer health outcomes, integrated healthcare, and lifelong learning for wellness in our aging world. There is a strong focus to understand the cultures in our changing world, aiming at building ethical, just, and inclusive communities. Macquarie's capabilities is dedicated to help strengthen economic productivity, to promote prosperity in our diverse world, sustaining our interdependent world and exploring our place in the universe is a key priority, as is utilizing and developing advances in frontier technologies, systems, designs, and creative practice. Back then, 10 years ago, our research community also decided on following 4 academic objectives. We are a university, after all. We have to have academic objectives. The first one is to accelerate our world-leading research, to accelerate that, not to stagnate, to prepare world-ready higher degree research students, PhD students and masters by research students, including our very well-developed Cogitel program at Macquarie. To actively engage as a world-recognized collaborator of choice. To deliver research with world-changing impact. Again, very aspirational wording, and I want to make sure that you understand this is not management speak. I'll give you a few examples. The success of the past 59 years, yes, this university will turn 60 next year, has very well positioned this distinctively Australian university, but also a thoroughly global university to achieve its research objectives. Team Macquarie's diverse tapestry of interconnected disciplines, its research priorities, and its talented group of researchers enable it to energetically pursue world-leading research with world-changing impact. It is true that today's researchers across the world must find new creative ways to conduct their collaborative research in an ever uncertain, highly contested, and conflict-prone world. You can just watch the news and see in what dangerous world we are living today and where we have to do research. We are confronted with significant demographic, environmental, economic, political, and technological challenges. We will have to work together to mitigate the impact of, for example, the slowing population, growth, rising global median age, rapid urbanization and mass migrations, intensifying climate change, environmental degradation, declining biodiversity, and eroding human security. Rising national debt, fragmenting trading milieu, and evolving competitiveness. Converging technologies that accelerate transformation at an incredible speed. And the race for political dominance through technological superiority. Futurists say we are faced with 5 scenarios that will unfold in the next 20 years. A renaissance of democracies. 2, competitive coexistence. 3rd scenario, a world adrift where we do nothing and just let things go. Separate silos. Gone are the days of globalization. And tragedy and mobilization that we are already starting to see in certain places around the world. I think you will agree the latter 3 scenarios are starting to look more likely than the former 2. How do we keep our nerve and push ahead with our research and collaborations? One thing is certain, that technologies like AI, machine learning, automation, quantum computing, synthetic biotechnology, data-centric sciences, and so forth, will play a major role in our future, in transforming our human experiences over the next 2 decades. In this era of a hyper-connected world, but that is also fragmenting at the moment, Technological advances at warp speed, driven by scientific convergence, timelines for innovation will shrink. Technologies will rapidly diffuse globally, and competition for technological superiority will grow even faster than today. For every university, research agency, and company across the world who aspire to excel in R&D, there will be advantages to aim at focus, excellence, innovation, collaboration, and scale. These are not hollow words, because they roll off so easily off the tongue that it has almost lost its meaning. I will repeat: focus, excellence, innovation, collaboration, and scale. It doesn't help if you have one excellent person, and when that person leaves the organization or that person retires, the whole discipline falls apart at your organization. We don't want only tall trees. We want tall trees that can grow forests. It is a truism that the future depends on what we do in the present. Our future depends on what we do in the present, and we have to plan for it. Long-range planning does not deal with our future decisions, but with the future of our present decisions. We can create a good future by creating a good present. We must remind ourselves that the bigger the challenges, the bigger the opportunities for growth. We should not become depressed because of the state of today's world. Those are just challenges. We will do well by not trying to limit our challenges, but rather focus on challenging our limits. Our challenges in this dangerous world in which we live today only become obstacles if we bow to them. Running away from challenges only increases the distance between us and the solutions that are there. Our challenges are merely a call to action, a rallying cry to prepare ourselves for the next phase. The future is not an inheritance. It's an opportunity and an obligation. These were the words of Bill Clinton. And to the younger members of this audience, we cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future. These are the words of Franklin D. Roosevelt. Australia and Spain are well positioned to do exactly that. Not only to do the smart things, but to always focus on the next generation of workforce, of people that will lead this world, and that we avoid the dangerous people that are in some countries leading the world today. Australia and Spain, thank you for collaborating. Thank you for forums like this, Angel. This is what makes this planet tick. I thank you, and I wish you a very productive day of discussions and networking. We're on the right path if we collaborate. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Saki, for these great words, and couldn't agree more with all of what you have said. We are a bit delayed, but we have two messages from two very important people in Spain. Let me play them. The first one, it is from the very own Her Excellency Sophia McIntyre, the Australian ambassador in Spain, we have the chance of meeting last September in a very productive meeting. And she sent us a welcoming message.
Buenos dias and good morning to everyone from Madrid. It's a great pleasure to be with you this morning, albeit remotely, and I congratulate SRAP on the great program that they've put together for you today. The high caliber of the speakers and the impressive range of subjects which will be addressed are a testament to the relevance and quality of the work being done by SRAP. It's also a good indication of the growing importance to research and innovation collaboration within the bilateral relationship between Australia and Spain. And I'm struck by just how relevant the topics you will address here are to the fast evolving themes we are grappling with. And defence technology have become mainstream topics of diplomacy. They present us with challenges and opportunities, and I warmly welcome the contribution you're making here to ensure that we are able to maximise collaboration between Australia and Spain in these areas. It is a great pleasure to see the fast evolving themes we are grappling with in international relations today. Issues like artificial intelligence, the energy transition, space and defence technology have become mainstream topics of diplomacy. They present us with challenges and opportunities, and I warmly welcome the contribution you're making here to ensure that we are able to maximise collaboration between Australia and Spain in these areas. It is a great pleasure to see the growth in research collaborations between our two countries. As the economic relationship blossoms, new partnerships between universities and between industry and researchers provide a bedrock for further growth and cultivate people-to-people links. I'd like to thank Dr. Lopez Sanchez, who I had the good fortune to meet recently in Madrid, for the invitation to join with you today. I wish you a fruitful discussion and look forward to many more encounters.
And the next video, it is a 10 minutes recording by the General Director of the La Cámara, the Chamber of Commerce in Spain. She told me, I'm sorry, I cannot do this only in 5 minutes because all the impression that I have to you. So if you don't mind, please play all the full 10 minutes video. And that is what we are going to do.
A very good morning and a cordial greeting from Spain to all of you, institutions, organizers, and attendees. First of all, to our ambassador to Australia, Alicia Moral, represented here today by her Deputy Head of Mission, Montserrat Moman, and to the Consul General of Spain in Australia. I also extend this greeting to the Ambassador of Australia in Spain and the rest of representatives of the institutions. It's a privilege for the Spain Chamber of Commerce to participate one more year in this forum organized by the Spanish researchers in Australia Pacific. Beyond the interesting topics to be discussed in today's forum, I would like to focus my speech on the work being developed by the association SRAP in 3 directions. Its commitment to knowledge and transfer, to develop a closer relationship between university and business, and to contribute to strengthening the ties between Australia and Spain. From the Spain Chamber of Commerce, we firmly believe in the value of transfer, in the link between academia and industry, as well as in the work developed by SRAP in favor of research, knowledge, and innovation as a lever of competitiveness of enterprises, bringing science diplomacy closer to economic diplomacy. This is a great asset promoted by SRAP, thanks to the vision and commitment of Luis Salvador Carulla, and the concern of the current president, Ángel López Sánchez. To both of them, our most sincere thanks for all this work, commitment, and generosity. From the chamber system, we support this effort and share the conviction that the transfer is one of the best tools for qualitative growth and competitiveness for companies. We work in this direction from the Spain Chamber of Commerce, and we had the opportunity to share it with the representatives of SRAP on the occasion of the virtual meeting we held with the Secretary General of Innovation of the Government of Spain and the presidents of the University Business and Research and Innovation Commissions of the Spain Chamber of Commerce. The second success of the association SRAP is also perceived through the response of the companies that have joined the projects promoted with the university, projects that translate into the best possible applied research. Companies such as Ferrovial, Navantia, or Indra are a reference and a model and reinforce these collaborations. These companies, be sure, are the best example of Spanish companies with elevated standards and high technological value, with a long-term vision committed to research and transfer, and with a wide international positioning and recognition. Thanks really to all of them. The union of SRAP, the scientific value of the university, and the companies have finally created a virtuous circle, the same that is created by combining knowledge, transfer, and competitiveness. We are convinced of this model and of the tangible results. It is the model we are promoting, and we hope that new collaborations between universities and companies will join the successful models we have mentioned. Here, the role of the Spain Chamber of Commerce in Australia can and should be vital as a promoter, with a commitment to attract new companies to projects from which they can only obtain a positive return. Luis and Ángel have asked us on some occasions about the reasons for our commitment to the association SRAP. And I believe that what has been said makes the reasons clear. The objectives and the responsibility we have as a chamber system, supporting companies and defending the general interest, it's very close to the vocation of SRAP and the projects it promotes. I cannot finish without highlighting the work, often silent, but particularly important, of the entire Spanish scientific community working in this region. You all have our respect, admiration, and support. The same that Luis had when he decided to move to Australia more than 10 years ago. And many years later, looking back, we see the value of his decision, his vision, his commitment beyond science, and all his work. The same for Ángel and for all of you. You are an example and a source of pride for our country. Thank you very much. Australia is today more than ever an important and strategic market for Spain. We look at Australia with great interest, especially in sectors with high technological value, in which Spanish companies are leaders competing with the most demanding international standards. With this look of great interest towards Australia, we want to value the contribution of SRAP in strengthening bilateral relations, working to bring more Spanish companies to the Australian market and the region, to share knowledge and to improve Spanish presence in Australia, whether researchers or companies. and have no doubt that you are doing it and you are succeeding. Thanks to the Embassy of Spain and the high commitment of our ambassador. And also thanks to the ambassador of Australia in Spain that goes in the same direction. At the Spain Chamber of Commerce, we are convinced of the value of collaboration and public-private partnership, and in the projects and work of SRAP, as well as that of Spanish institutions as relevant as the Cervantes Institute, the Spain-Australia Council Foundation, and the Ramon Areces Foundation. Fundamental alliance to strengthen the best relationship between our countries, and the best example of this public-private partnership. I would like to conclude by saying that I am deeply sorry for not being able to be with all of you in person today. Thank you for sharing this time. And from the Spain Chamber of Commerce, we wish to reiterate our deep commitment to SRAP and the project it represents, a reality that connects the academic, business, scientific, and institutional world. This is our way of understanding growth and services, and this is the commitment that we have from the Spain Chamber of Commerce. And in the same way, we need to highlight the commitment and work that is being done a very good very in growth and services. And this is the commitment that we have from the Spain Chamber of Commerce. And in the same way, we need to highlight the commitment and work that is being done
well, thank you. Sorry. Apologies for not listening the last minute. I don't know what had happened, but I guess that we are really, really grateful to Inmaculada Riera, Director General of the Chamber of Commerce in Spain, Madrid, for providing this fantastic address. I think that all the points were made in this video. Okay, well, next, actually, it is me talking. And we are 18 minutes late, so I will try to provide the summary of the status of SRAP in a kind of short way, if I can. And if this works, there we go. So let me talk quickly about the role of Spanish researchers in Australia community, and also the work that SRAP have been doing. SRAP, in case you don't know, it is an independent and not-for-profit community association of volunteers in Australia, New Zealand, and Pacific. And it was founded by Spanish researchers of all branches of science, culture, and art. We are around 250 researchers right now, more than 30 disciplines, including all of those you can read there. Gender balance around half male, half female researchers. And I'm very proud to announce that we currently have 8 delegations with representatives of all of the 8 in New South Wales, ACT, Victoria, Queensland, Western Australia, New Zealand, South Pacific Islands, and South Australia. We have Juan Carlos here, the new elected representative for South Australia. So we have all of them there. And emphasize that SRAP is also a founder member of RAICES, the network of association of scientists and researchers, Spanish scientific researchers working abroad. Our mission is fostering collaboration and culture through research and development, And for that, we have implemented 4 main objectives. The first one, promoting and mentoring our members. Then scientific and cultural dissemination, connecting academy and with industry and society. One of the reasons we are here, actually we are for all of them, promoting international relationships and science diplomacy. Let me quickly mention some few of these in a bit more of detail. Regarding scientific and cultural dissemination, we do plenty of things, and I cannot detail all the things that we do in different levels, in the very small and in the big ones. One of our most successful events are the research bites, that are when we gather together and we just tell each other what we are doing, our research, how we got here to Australia, and so on. And we have plenty of those. I'm very proud that this year, thanks to Sarah, who is around here, we also have the very first research bite in Perth. We also collaborate extensively with other associations. For example, ALCE, the Aula of Language, or how it is called, the Spanish Cultural and Language classroom with the kids, and we do plenty of different activities with them and with the kids, and it is awesome because we have the opportunity of talking to them in Spanish in Australia, and they are learning a bit of Spanish also with the research and the activities that we do. And this is a nice example, the one that we are here at the Research Forum as a networking event, but we have celebrated some few others that are really, really good, particularly, I'm not going to say that it's the one that you organized, at the Stargazing Asylum Experience Observatory, where we actually stay at the observatory and we do stargazing at night. And we visited all the facilities, and people are, well, we really have a great time. Ask me later in the networking. This year, we didn't have that one, but we have the double visit to the 2 observatories in the ACT, to the Tracking Satellite Station, NASA Deep Space Center in Timbitvilla, and Monte Stromlo Observatory. And we have almost 80 people coming to this activity with stargazing at night and so on. It was absolutely fantastic. And Montserrat here, that probably you should see in some of these images, she had the opportunity of talking to the people in Madrid, because remember that Canberra with Madrid and Goldstone in Arizona in the US are the 3 deep space stations that can connect with NASA spacecraft going far away in the solar system and beyond. Regarding something else that we do a lot with respect to disseminating research and science, it is during National Science Week. Of course, we have established a very productive and fruitful collaboration with Instituto Cervantes Sydney during the last few years, always organizing several activities with them. For example, of this year, some few of us were there talking about our particular research. I had a lot of fun last year doing an stargazing live during National Science Week, and this year we also had a special event organized by the chair of the session, Marielle, the enigmatic work of sharks, whale, and jellyfish at the Gold Coast. She actually was awarded a grant for this, so well done. Because that is precisely one of the most important things that we try to do in SRAP, and I think that we do very well, which is promoting and mentoring our researchers. There are plenty of examples, and these are just screenshots of some of the different news that we have been uploading in our blog and sharing in social media and writing about it and publicizing. And again, I cannot go into the detail of all of them, but I really want to congratulate all the SRAP members that are providing this information, that are getting this fantastic achievement, and really, really well done. Particularly, last year, we started this SRAP Fundación Ramón Areces Early Career Research, that the first edition was awarded to Dr. Sara Marrero Hernandez, also in the room. It was absolutely great. And I can tell you, and she knows, that it has a huge impact. Because, for example, she got his full page in the newspaper Diario El Día de Tenerife, just in Christmas, just an interview about her research and a bit of what she has been doing in SRAP. So that was a really well done. This year we are celebrating the second of this SRAP Fundación Ramón Areces Early Career Research Award. The winner will be announced today at 2:25 if we are not too delayed, but stay tuned. Regarding science diplomacy, one of the most important things that we do at the moment is the Malespina Award. That is an honor bestowed by the Spanish Embassy of Australia and SRAP, awarded to individuals of institutions who have made an important contribution to the advancement of the scientific and or cultural relationship between Australia and Spain. Some of the previous awardees. Last year, we had, for the first time, a special collaboration with the Australian Academy of Science, and we have a special science diplomacy event on the 18th of November, 2022. 17th, apologies. The 17th is this year. 18th is next. 18th was the last year. 17th was this year. And yeah, this year I can announce that the winners are Professor Carola Vinuesa, individual, and as institution, Empower Consortium University on Canberra. And the award ceremony will be on the 17th of November, 2023, at the Australian Academy of Science, again in Canberra. If you have not received an invitation and you want to go, please let me know. Yeah, there are also invitation of sites if you want to get there. It's going to be a very productive one. We also work closely with EURACCESS, an initiative of the European Commission to provide information about European research, career and opportunity, and international collaborations. That, for example, me participating in a roundtable with other presidents of different associations similar to SRAP, German, Italian, and French. And we will have particularly Nishan later today talking a bit more about EURACCESS and how they were able to convince New Zealand to join Horizon Europe. More of that later. And I already mentioned RAICES. RAICES is a global engagement. Globally, we are a founding member, as we mentioned before. Right now, 19 associations. I think that there are at least one or two in preparation. At least I know one that is in Singapore that I'm very close at the moment, and representing more than 4,000 members and affiliated worldwide. And these have a huge impact in Spain. So important that our former president here, Sergio León Zabal, had the opportunity of have a private audience with His Majesty Felipe VI, the King of Spain, a few years ago. We are continuing strengthening research collaboration between Australia and Pacific and Spain, Europe, I will add. And one of our main initiatives at the moment, it is this series of conferences, building bridges between Spanish and Australian universities that we are doing together with the Instituto Cervantes Sydney, very close also in collaboration with the crew, with the Conference of Rectors, Chancellor of Universities in Spain, and with a strong collaboration with Macquarie University. We have had 4 of these events so far, 2 last year, 2 the current year. In this year, we have made that at the same time that we have the visit of a delegation from the University Autónoma of Barcelona, here on the 22nd of March, and the delegation from the University of Valencia, including the rector of the University of Valencia on the 29th of May, 2023. As I said, these are going very fruitful, particularly because we are starting the PhD co-tutel program between Macquarie University and these universities, University Autónoma of Valencia, University Autónoma of Barcelona, University of Valencia, University of Barcelona, involving also University of Córdoba, and involving the Instituto de Física de Canarias and University of La Laguna in astronomy and research in instrumentation for big telescopes. And what I can say about connecting academy and industry in SRAP, these have really been one of our key areas during the last few years, particularly during the last couple of years. We have the visit of the Minister of Industry, Trade and Commerce, better comments. Last year, that was absolutely amazing, and putting a contact with many more people, and some of you are already here. Thanks to that, we have maintained a very fruitful collaboration with La Cámara, the Chamber of Commerce here in Australia, and we have both Rod and Sylvia, the president, here with us today. And I want to emphasize the very strong ties that we have with Navantia Australia, Inter Australia, Ferrovial Australia, and also TIPSA Australia, participating and collaborating in all these events. And in that sense, I have the opportunity, while I was in Madrid in September, of participating in this Building for the Future Euro Series organized jointly between the RMIT, Instituto Cervantes, and Global Victoria, with the collaboration of the Fundación Consejo de España, Australia, and Casa Asia, and the Chamber of the Spain Chamber of Commerce participating a lot. You see all the different companies that were represented, and see us here. It was absolutely amazing to be able to be there, and I was able to provide the view from the researcher to this kind of audience. It was really, really good. Because what that is at the end, what is talking about is forum. And the word connecting have been never, in a sense, I think have been never better said in this kind of context. We are connecting research, academic research, with government institutions, diplomacy, science diplomacy, and research in the industry. That is a kind of a global view of all the different connections that we have, not only from Australian universities, international research, also with Spanish universities, culture and education, with Instituto Cervantes, Consejo de Educación, Inter-Spanish, many other things, Spanish diplomatic missions, the Australian Academy of Science, not-for-profit organization, and of course, industry, the very strong contribution of these collaborations that I really think it is the future to go, and that they will provide many good things in the years to come. So let me just finalize my intervention, just reminding, if you have not heard, that it is the 9th of our research forum, starting in 2015, till last year, the digital world, and it has been an amazing road trip. Right now, we are celebrating the 9th. We are starting to coordinate the organization of the 10th of this forum. That will be big thing in Canberra, that everyone will be very invited. We will provide more information for the due. But here we are. We are in the 9th Forums and Connecting World. And before I move to the first speaker of the session, and I will give the floor to Marielle for doing that. I don't want to forget to give the thanks to all our sponsors, the Spanish Embassy, and the Instituto Cervantes Sydney, Fundación Consejo Australia España, Fundación Ramón Areces, Macquarie University, and Indra for this particular event. And of course, also to Navantia, Ferrovial, and TIPSA for their very productive collaborations and so on. And definitely thank you all for coming today, and I really enjoy the talks, the discussions, the sessions, and the networking, and all the rest. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome to session 1. We are going to start our session with Professor Matt Bauer. He's the interim dean of the School of Education here in Macquarie University. His research concentrates on how he can best use contemporary technologies like AI to advance learning outcomes and experience for students. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Hello, can you hear my audio?
We can hear you. Let me
Oh, brilliant. Okay. Thank you very much.
We can hear you too well, I think.
Ah.
Put the.
I won't take offense if you just put me on mute.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, great, wonderful. And thank you very much for the invitation. It's really an honor, and it's been fascinating to hear about all of the amazing collaborations that you've been facilitating between Australia and Spain. And I think international collaboration is, as Saki was saying earlier, is absolutely essential if we're going to address some of these challenges that confront us. What I'm going to try and cover in very quick speed is some of the issues relating to AI and education and the implications for what that means we need to do with society in order to prosper and not, I guess, fall victim to the adverse possibilities of general or generative artificial intelligence. So I suspect, like you, at the sort of the turn of the year, you saw all the media coverage of ChatGPT, and should we ban it? It's a threat to higher education, and a lot of the moral panic around what this technology might mean for education. It's been the fastest growing app in history, outpacing many other very popular apps to hit 100 million monthly users in just 2 months. And it's been positioned as a technology that will just transform just about every industry. You can see, for instance, education is here at 27% of tasks being transformed by generative AI. So we really need to think about what are the implications for teachers as professionals in this world. Are they still going to have a job? What is their role going to be to prepare and equip students for a world with increasingly powerful generative AI? So, we probably, I won't sort of do a tour of some of the things that ChatGPT can do including writing computer programs and creating poetry and all of these sorts of things that until quite recently, we never really thought that technology would be able to do as well, if not better than humans. And it's not just ChatGPT. There are many other tools out there. A lot of people are using Bing at the moment because it does have that extra capacity to work directly with information from the internet and for you to upload documents and ask you to Bing chat to summarize the contents of those, etc. But there are a number of text-based tools, but it's not just text either. Of course, there's image generation. You can see the pictures at the top there were created using DALL-E 2, and the pictures at the bottom were created using DALL-E 3. And you can see the improvement in the quality of the pictures in just one generation of the technology. So the way in which this is just going to rapidly improve is quite astounding. There's AI music generators, of course. There are AI video tools and presentation tools as well. So here's an example, just to give you a sort of a feel for it, in case you haven't sort of seen what some of these, and there's really dozens. It's totally exploding at the moment in terms of education. The tools available for people to use. And of course, it's industry as well, but particularly, with teachers where we say, okay, we want you to create a presentation. Now, all the student has to do is enter the topic, and tools like Gamma App will then create sort of an outline for the presentation for you to review. And then if you're happy with that, you can edit that, but if you're happy with it, you can just continue. It gives you all sorts of templates that you can choose from, but if you just choose a default, it will then go away, crunch information from its AI database. It will pick images, it will create slides, and essentially create what is reasonably professional looking presentation. All that you'd have to do if you wanted to change any of it would be to go back and edit bits and pieces. And then if you wanted to export it to a PDF or PowerPoint, it includes that function as well. So that task that you were hoping that students would spend a couple of weeks working on is now something that they can get a general sort of answer to within, and the video time here is 60 seconds. Just to give you another example, this is a tool called FlexClip, where you enter the text that you want it to create a video about, and it will then go and create, and this can be sort of launched in full screen mode, but I've shown you the dashboard interface that you can edit the text on the individual slides, change the pictures, change the underlying music, and here's the sort of thing that it can create. So I'm just going to pause it there because I want to make 2 points about the 2 tools that we've just looked at. The first point I make is about this tool, and you can see that it can create a video in, literally 60 seconds. But what you can also see is that the content is actually a bit rubbish. So that doesn't mean that, students couldn't use this tool to then insert little video clips that were more appropriate and images and change the text. But I think one of the things that we're finding with generative AI is that it's good for producing something, but actually what we really need is for students to find their own voice and to say the things that are important to them, and to make sure that they are not just using copying and pasting into generative AI and from generative AI, because the extent to which we prepare them in education to do that is the extent to which they will be reasonably useless when it comes to making a difference in the workforce. So it's really about the critical thinking and finding their own voice to underpin what they create. And to me, that sort of leaves us, to some extent, this can be viewed as a little bit scary, that technology can now do all of these things that we wanted our students to do. But on the other hand, I think it's more of a renaissance where we get to think about, well, let's really cultivate our spirit and learn for the joy of learning, and use AI to amplify our productivity and creativity. There's also a whole lot of things coming through in terms of AI offering academic support. So this raises another important point, the Khan Amigo tool, and I encourage you to have a look at the Sal Khan TED talk that he does on Khan Academy and Khan Amigo tool, because it talks about how they've used AI not to provide an answer tool for students, but to provide a learning tool. So instead of giving them the answer to the problems, if students want to use the Khan Amigo tool, Khan Amigo will actually prompt them with questions and say, well, what do you think the first step should be here? And I think that that's really important, that we not only as educators think about how to use AI as a learning tool for students rather than an answer tool, but also encourage students to develop the self-regulation to use general purpose tools like ChatGPT and Bing, etc., in the same way. Rather than just getting the answer, it's going to be critical for the future of our society that they actually are treating it as an opportunity to learn, and the sort of questions that therefore they would ask of generative AI will be different. And also, we've been conducting some research to get a sense of how we should change teaching and assessment to accommodate a lot of these generative AI tools. So for instance, We surveyed a few hundred educators from around the world, from a mix of primary, secondary, and university and different subject areas, and asked them about their awareness of generative AI. And you can see that this was back in February, so it was. I suspect that some of these distributions might have changed a little bit since then. But also, what was interesting was that it wasn't like everyone thought it was going to have a profound impact. It was sort of split down the middle between minor and major impact. And there were some sort of effects where people teaching sort of secondary thought it was more important than teachers from primary, and higher education thought it was going to have the biggest impact. But what was interesting was the way in which teachers thought that they would need to change their teaching. We now need to, with a vast impact and disruption and potential transformation that generative AI has and is poised to have on education, we need to be teaching students how to use AI, how to understand what it is and the tool. We need to nourish their critical thinking. We need to teach about ethical and responsible use of AI, the sort of pedagogical patterns that we might use as teachers, where we might, for instance, use AI as a model and a starting point upon which the class or individual students then build and improve and contextualize and personalize. And there were some people who thought we should have no change and that we need to design tasks so that they can't be completed by AI, and even discourage the use of AI. But the overwhelming perception was that we can't just ignore this, that we can't just stick our head in the sand, that we need to actually equip our students for the future that they're entering into. In terms of pedagogy, we need to take a pedagogical approach, people were saying, that's more focused on the process of learning and collaborative learning and authentic learning. And that comes up in the next focus of the research around assessment. So people were also saying that generative AI was going to have a major or profound impact on what we, how we assess, although some still thought it would have a minor impact. But people thought it would have a bigger impact on assessment than teaching. And again, there were sort of different level effects and even some gender and subject area effects. The general consensus amongst educators is we're going to have to change assessment to, yes, emphasize spoken tasks, exams, pen and paper, and that's sort of for the assurance of learning and academic integrity. Perhaps moving more towards video tasks and portfolio tasks. And the content of assessment, we need to emphasize now, since technology can do a whole lot of the lower order thinking skills, we're going to need to increasingly emphasize higher order thinking, authentic tasks, focusing on process, personal reflection and personalization, and appropriate referencing and citing. Also, they spoke about, as well as making sure that we invigilated the assessment tasks, so we could assure that it was students who had learned, not just submission of generative AI. A lot of people were talking about using AI to help with assessment in designing tasks and rubrics and so on. One interesting sort of graph from this study was the average mark that people were awarding to ChatGPT for the tasks that it was asking them to do from different year levels. You can see that there's a pretty high average overall at about sort of 75% here. But also you can see that there's a slight, but not very steep downward slope where sort of in sort of primary school years 4 to 6, teachers were awarding higher averages than sort of in university, undergraduate and postgraduate up at this end. So already, and this is back in February on GPT 3.5, we can see that for standard tasks, artificial intelligence is able to produce really quite, somewhere around a credit level response on average was what these educators thought. And of course, it's rapidly improving. So this graph shows the difference between ChatGPT 3.5 and ChatGPT 4 on a range of tasks. And you can see that in some tasks, how much better it's performing in just one iteration. And of course, this is earlier versions of GPT-4. GPT-4 is continually being updated. In terms of the professional learning, so if we're going to empower students, we need to equip teachers. Most teachers feel as though they're not receiving adequate professional learning in order to be able to teach in a world with generative AI. The sort of professional learning we need to provide is how to not only use AI to support teaching and learning, but how to redesign assessment, address plagiarism and issues, give people an understanding about how AI works, how students can use it in the classroom, helping teachers with their workload, ethical and legal issues, and prompt engineering. People want not just general teaching and learning opportunities and workshops, but also resources, communities of practice. They need to cut out some time in order to do this. Those are so it's really a suite of professional learning that we quite urgently need to provide to teachers. Other research that we've been conducting has related to the key risks and priorities. Just very briefly, we interviewed some very senior educational policymakers and leaders from across Australia. And these were the main risks that they see to our education system. So we need to manage, the priorities they need to address: managing risks, educating teachers, educating system leaders, equitable access, educating students, and ethical integration. And in terms of the main challenges, systemic and environmental, was the pace of change, the teacher capability and preparedness piece, equitable access to technology, the need for professional development of all staff, and developing policies, procedures, and resources for schools are the highest priority there. It was also really interesting to understand the urgency, uncertainty, interconnectedness, contextuality, complexity that was expressed by these senior policymakers across Australia, and the pivotal role of teachers in helping to address some of the challenges and priorities. So we obviously need to manage the risks, resource education for equitable access, provide professional learning for teachers, and there's a need for ongoing collaboration and research. In terms of other research, some of you may have seen, this has come from the business sector and corporate sector, but AI, in terms of everything that we do, is going to, or has the potential to improve the quality of our product. In fact, this quite highly cited paper talks about how these business consultants were able to complete 12 more tasks, 25% faster, to a 40% higher quality when they used AI. And suggests that there's this jagged technological frontier where some tasks are easily done by AI, while there are others that are seemingly similar in difficulty level that are outside the current capability of AI. And that's where the critical thinking piece and the understanding of AI needs to happen, because we've got to decide when to use AI and be able to critically evaluate whether the outputs are of sufficient quality. Another study that I thought you might be interested in is this AI assistance and how it impacts on students. So this was law students, and you can see that there's this zero impact line here. And you can see that the first, second, and third quartile of students all received a bit of a boost by using generative AI. but students in that fourth or top quartile there actually performed worse with the help of generative AI on average. And that sort of is an interesting point, that we've got to be aware that for people who have a voice, who have good critical thinking capabilities, maybe the sort of amalgam that generative AI produces won't actually produce the best quality work. Again, emphasizing the importance of critical thinking and discernment. So will this go away? I don't believe that we're in a hype cycle for AI. I think it's more like the internet itself, in that it's just continually going to grow and expand. There's a range of detection tools that are out there, but we don't want to get into an arms race where we're basically, students are using AI to create their assignments and teachers are using AI to try and catch them. And basically, the humans are just sort of out of the piece, and we've just got AI sort of working in adversarial ways. What we need to do is reorient students towards using AI in learning ways to value their educational opportunities, and to be teaching students how to use it well. Teachers need to know about all of the amazing possibilities that are out there. This is an AIeducator.tools website that has great tools and reviews of them that I can recommend to you. We need to rethink the role of technology and generative AI. This is a UNESCO report that talks about AI could be a collaboration coach or a personal tutor or a motivator or a possibility engine. And as teachers and students, we need to sort of understand and take advantage of those roles. There is a draft Australian framework for generative AI in schools, which I think covers a lot of interesting elements that we need to consider as educators around teaching and learning, social and human well-being, transparency, fairness, accountability, privacy, and security. Amongst that, we've got to, as mentioned, prepare those teachers. We need to think through the ethics of using generative AI. So increasingly, the human part is going to be using AI in ethical ways and understanding the importance of academic integrity and intellectual property and copyright. And Erica Southgate from the University of Newcastle has a recommended framework for AI in education. So in final reflection, and I hope I'm sort of on time here, generative AI constitutes a wholesale leap in the sort of assistance that technology can provide. The quality of responses is variable, but it's just improving so rapidly. The risk is that students won't learn, but banning it is futile. We've got to prepare students for success in a world with increasingly prevalent AI. Arms race of detection and subversion will just be time consuming. And I think we've got to instead target students' underlying values and approach towards learning. Students are always going to need the basic knowledge and skills, just as even though there are calculators and spell checkers, they need to still learn those skills. So it doesn't mean we need to throw out our curriculum, although we need to make sure that if we want to test that they have that learning on board, that we're assessing them under those conditions without the access to technology. But the big point, I guess, is that we need to focus on humanics, on humans being humans well. We need to focus on critical thinking, creativity, ethics, empathy. And another one that doesn't often get included in this list, but I like to emphasize, is volition. If you had an army of technology assistants, what would you do with it? And that's the question we need to be asking our students and ourselves. We now have superpowers that we never had before by virtue of generative AI. And so what are we going to do with it? And I think it's wonderful. I do see it as a renaissance, as once again, technology has provided a catalyst for pedagogical change towards more authentic, personalized, process-focused, and meaningful learning. So that's me. I'd love to, if you want to work together, if there are people out there who have ideas for research, I'm very happy to hear from you. And I'm not sure if we have time for questions, but I will open it up if there is any.
Thank you very much, Professor Bauer. We're going to check if there's any questions first online for you, and then we'll open the floor for 1 or 2 quick questions, okay? I'll just read it out.
Already sent a message hello?
Hello.
Already sent a message in the chat, and to see anybody connecting by Zoom has any question. But so far looks nobody here. We have some.
Okay, we have one question in the audience.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Good morning, Matt. Thank you for the presentation. Let me say it's probably one of the first presentations about AI where I have actually managed to understand something. But I just wanted to ask you something in terms of the reflections of one of your last slides, because 2 of the reflections that you came about is one of them, that it's futile to ban it. And another one that there is no point really to fight it. However, in your last point of the slide, you say that we have to have a humanistic focus. So I just wanted to ask you, will it be fair to say that it does sound a little bit counterintuitive or contradiction to have those 2 reflections at the same time?
Nice point. Look, the slide says banning in all circumstances is futile. So, for instance, at the moment, the New South Wales Department of Education and many other states have said students are not allowed to use generative AI in schools. And I think that approach is inappropriate. However, if you need to assess that students have learnt, basic knowledge and skills, of course, then at that time in classes, then you would not give them access if you were assessing that, for instance, to make sure that they have it on board. What we really need to know how to do, and the thing that humans are going to have to do very well, that technology can't do for us, is be good people, is understand, to get our values right, to get our and this is very much, in dividing up, because we're going to be working in collaboration with AI for the rest of, human history, unless, we have a mass extinction event potentially caused by AI, but that's a whole other different rabbit hole. We need to understand that the AI is going to be able to conduct sort of reviews and synthesize information already and very soon in ways better than humans can, but it's not going to be able to understand how other people feel, provide human support. It's not going to be the ultimate arbiter of decisions. So all of those human things, as we work alongside generative AI, are going to be incredibly important. So I do believe that we need to do those 2 things in tandem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Thanks. Quick
Hello.
question.
Thank you for your presentation. My name is Oscar, and I work at the Center for Big Data Research in Health at the Faculty of Medicine at UNSW. I teach AI precisely, and I noticed a huge change in the last year with my students, and I think all of them use ChatGPT now. And one of the thoughts that I have, and I still am not, 100% of where I have to go next, and I would like your opinion. As universities, I don't know how it's Macquarie, but at UNSW, we are promoting our courses to be online, to, you don't have to come to class. You can do everything remotely. And by the same token, I want to pass on this ethics that you are speaking about of, goodwill, use AI in an ethical way. So do you think as universities, we have to maybe change, the way that we are educating our students in that respect? Because as you said, one of the points it was invigilating, and make sure that they are understanding what they are saying when I assess them, but I can't do that. So yeah, I just want to hear your opinion.
Really good point. And I think it's an issue that the whole sector is grappling with. I'm the chair of Macquarie University's Senate Learning and Teaching Committee, and I think about this a lot. We have obligations to assure learning and uphold academic integrity. And if we decide to overlook or not attend to that duty sufficiently, then that could actually lead to compromising the value of higher education. So it's a very big and important issue. I think that what it may mean is, for instance, that we need to, and learning online is difficult, but we may need to revert to viva voces, for instance, where there's an oral exam that's conducted in real time using something like Zoom. It doesn't necessarily need to be for every assessment task, but at least for some of it, so we can check that the person whose assessment and grades we are determining is actually the person who created the work. And I don't see it as that different to the issues of contract cheating and ghostwriting and all of those sorts of things, but it has sort of made it a lot easier for students to do those sorts of things. So I think it does have an impact, and we are going to have to work through it. But yeah, it's a big one, and but I like that you're taking it very seriously.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much again, Professor Bauer, for such an enlightening talk about AI in education. We're going to move on to our next speaker of session 1 in this multidisciplinary research session. We've got Doctora Noelia Martinez-Rey. She is an astrophysicist research fellow at the Adaptive Optics Group at the Australian National University and Advanced Instruments and Technology from the Centre in Canberra. And as we're a bit delayed, I'll just let her fascinate us with her talk.
Now should be. It's green at least. All right. Yeah, it's good online too. Yeah, okay, all right. So I'll try to be concise. What happens? You okay. Anyway, I would like to thank first Angel and the organizers for inviting me to give this talk today. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hope we can talk all the details that you would like to later during the lunch and in the networking sessions later on. I will try not to go into too many details because I know we are a bit late. So hopefully you enjoy the talk. So I'm going to talk about connecting Australia with light using free space optical communications, so laser communications, and what I do at the Australian National University. Yeah, good. So first, a bit of background what free space optical communications are. They typical communications with satellite. The classical way of communicating with them is using the radio frequency spectrum. So those are the longest wavelengths in the whole spectrum of the light. Works? Yeah, perfect. So over here. And then what we are doing now is using the optical. So this band over here to send the information or receive the information from the satellites. So, yep. Free space optical communications are a line of sight technology. This means we are sending a line of sight, a laser in this case, from one point to another. This point could be located in space on a satellite, and it could be received by what we call optical ground station, which is our ground receiver. In this case, what we do, we somehow modulate the light that we are sending from the satellite with some pattern, and then the receiver knows what that pattern is, so it can demodulate this light and extract the information from this laser. When we have our transmitter on the ground and we send it up to the satellite, instead of being the downlink, it's called the uplink. And something to take into account is that downlink and uplink do not happen in the same location on the sky, because the satellite is orbiting around the Earth, and the light takes a while due to the speed of light to reach the satellite. So it actually doesn't happen in the exact same location. And the difference between the downlink and the uplink is called point ahead. So basically, we need to point our laser ahead of where the apparent location of the satellite is to be able to reach it. So why optical communications instead of radio frequency? Why moving from the classical way of communicating with satellites to optical? Well, the main advantage is that we can send and receive much more information. So the bandwidth that the optical allows us is much more. And this is very important in the era that we are, because our scientific instruments are producing very high resolution data. So for instance, the James Webb Space Telescope produces 270 gigas of data per day. Out of those gigas, only 50 or less are downloaded to the ground per day. Everything else is lost. So by moving from radio frequency to optical, we will be enabling that kind of high data transfer of data. Also, optical requires less space and less power on the satellite themselves. So then it's more flexible at the time when we are building our satellite. It's much more secure than radio frequency because optical has narrower beams. So the footprint that creates this communication on the ground is narrower. So it's less likely that it's going to be intercepted by someone who we don't want to. So in Australia, we are building the Australasian Optical Ground Station Network. This is the first ground station network in the world at the moment. When it's not fully built, but at least we have 2 nodes and one under almost 3 nodes, 2.5, let's see. It basically combines ground stations in Western Australia, South Australia, the ACT, and New Zealand. So University of Western Australia has their ground station operational, or they're almost operational. DST, so this is the defense node in South Australia, they have their ground station operational. We are ANU in the ACT, we have our ground station almost built, and I will give you an update on that a bit later on. And then New Zealand in Auckland, they are currently seeking funding to finish building their ground station. So this is an illustration of the coverage of this network for a satellite at 800 kilometers orbit. And you can see with the basic network is Western Australia, South Australia, ACT, and New Zealand. And what we call the extended network is one that it will incorporate in the future a node in the NT. So with the extended network, we cover Australia and New Zealand almost completely. So each of these nodes will have a specific research purpose. And on our case, our research purpose at the ANU is to do R&D activities to boost the performance of these communications and make them a reality in the near future. Yep. So this figure here is very interesting because Australia has a very extremely well-suited location in the Earth and characteristics in general in terms of weather and cloud coverage for this kind of technology. So here, this is done by our PhD in our group, and this shows fraction of cloud coverage. So being 1, no clouds throughout the year. So as you can see, most of our selected places for this network has extremely good conditions for this technology. And if the extended network operates, we'll be having a weekly capacity of around 14 terabits per week. So that's a lot of data that could be downloaded in Australia. As I said, we are almost fully built, the ANU optical ground station. And this is the telescope that is going to be installed in the building next week, actually. It's a 0.7 meter telescope. And basically, we are aiming to support low Earth orbit, geostationary satellites, lunar and deep space laser communications. We have our demo missions will happen early next year. They are going to be with the Flying Laptop and Cube LCT. Those are 2 satellites by DLR, the German Aerospace Center. And then we're going to have operational missions from later next year with the NASA Optical to Orion and the Deep Space Optical Communications mission from NASA. So, as I said, we were awarded recently a large grant funding from the Australian Space Agency to be in the support of the NASA Artemis II missions from the Southern Hemisphere. Right now, we are going to be the only node who is supporting this mission from the Southern Hemisphere. And basically, this NASA Artemis mission aims to have a crew orbiting around the moon during 4 years. This is the Orion spacecraft. The mission is called Optical to Orion because it's going to be the first time a manned crew is going to be communicating with optical communications to the ground instead of radio frequency. So, as I said, we are building both the transmitter and the receiver to support this NASA mission, which the launch is scheduled for October next year. So we are very much in the rush of having everything ready by then. The telescope, it was commissioned last year. Actually, it took much longer to build the actual building than to commissioning the telescope. And yes, this is a video that we took during the first night of this commissioning. The commissioning was in the car park. This is the car park of our building. So we just took the telescope out of the lab and we did the commissioning over there. And this is a video that we took. Well, this is, oh, no, nice. Yes, this is, this is an image that we took with the telescope just that night. And this is a video. Let's see if that works. Yes. So this is a video of tracking one of the Starlink satellites. It was working. So we would just lose the satellite for 8 seconds, but taking into account that this was the first time we were plugging the telescope and looking at something, it was a great success. Okay, perfect. All right, yes, and this is the today status of the building. I asked one of my colleagues to take a picture of the really last minute status of the building. So it's fully finished. The building, the dome was installed a couple of weeks ago, and the telescope is gonna be installed in the pier inside of this building next week. So the commissioning of the building with the telescope inside will be November. So stay tuned because it's gonna happen very soon, finally. So this is all amazing, but somehow free space optical communications have a very big drawback. And besides the cloud coverage, which of course is another one, but in Australia, we're in a very special position and we don't have as much problem with the cloud coverage as in other places. We still have the atmosphere, thankfully. So because our telescopes, our ground stations are on the ground, on the Earth, we are surrounded by the atmosphere and the atmosphere has negative effects on the light. So this is simulated prediction of global atmospheric turbulence by one of our colleagues in Durham University in the UK. This is simulated atmospheric flow all across the world, and this is changing every 10 milliseconds. So we really need to do something about it because when we propagate the lasers through the atmosphere, those lasers suffer some negative effects. Okay, they open up, they move around, we lose the tracking, we lose some of the properties of this light, but all of this is translated into up to 10 times less power reaching the satellite due to this atmospheric effect. So we could get into the details of how 10 times less power reaching the satellite is not exactly 10 times less data, but is on that order of magnitude. So less power reaching the satellite means less data that we can transmit or we can receive. So we really need to address this problem. And that's what my research actually focuses on, is in solving this atmospheric effect using systems called adaptive optics, and that basically measures this turbulence and corrects for it on the light, retrieving almost completely the resolution that we lost originally because of this effect. So this is just an astronomical image of Neptune with the adaptive optic system on and without. So without, we just see this. So in optical communications, we'll have the same similar effects. We see some blur, thin, but we will not be able to resolve the details. So on this area, we are doing a lot of R&D, and that's our main focus of the node or of our ground station, is to test different techniques to boost the performance of optical communications and to actually find their highest potential in this field. On this area, we're having a very strong collaboration with the Astrophysics Institute in the Canary Islands in Spain to basically find which are the techniques that best work for the optical communications field, whereas these adaptive optics come originally from astronomy. So we are somehow translating that from the astronomical observations into this field that is emerging and very hot topic at the moment, that it is optical communications. And I think that's all. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to turn the lights on for the questions. We have time for one really quick question and one really quick answer. So who's taking it? It was a very fascinating talk. I'm pretty sure everyone has lots of questions. So here we go. One very quick.
This is very quick and perhaps silly. So one of my favorite movies, The Martian, his problems were communicating. Would his problems be less with optical communications?
Yes, actually. So optical communications would be the only radio frequency does not enable, for instance, any sort of real-time communication with any space asset. So there is not enough bandwidth for that. So when we are talking about deep space, optical communications will be the only technology that we know about right now that would enable that sort of like almost real-time communication. We still need the speed of light, the light needs to still go there, but it will not take as long. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It was a fascinating talk. So we're gonna quickly continue with our session panel. So we got our panelists down, please. This is a panel on immigration, environment, and climate change. So again, a little bit of a multidisciplinary panel, and we're gonna have Professor Ana Vila Consejo chairing this panel.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction. This is the panel about immigration, environment, and climate change. And we have 4 panelists today, and in the order that they are in the booklet. The first one is Maite de Muller. I think we have only 20 minutes for this panel. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to let speakers to introduce themselves. So Maite, how would you introduce yourself in 30 seconds?
Okay, it's about time here, very quickly. Now, my name is Maite. I work with IOM, which is the International Organization of Migrations. I'm based in Canberra, where we have a regional, sub-regional office that covers the Pacific.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. Panelists, take note. The next one is Dr. Ricardo Rodriguez Llosa.
Thank you so much, Dominguez. Thank you. Okay, I'm Ricardo Dominguez. I'm working in Food and Agriculture Organization in Vanuatu, covering Vanuatu and also supporting the sub-regional office, supporting Solomon Island, Fiji in development. The work is working with climate finance portfolio, but my experience before working in Sahel and in other regions of the country, they are very affected by climate change and migration. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Damián Cardona.
Buenos días. Good morning. Yeah, I feel a little bit humble because I am not a researcher. I am the director of the United Nations Information Center for Australia, New Zealand, and the South Pacific. So what we do is we communicate, we do outreach for the work that the researchers and other stakeholders do in the UN world in our region. Thank you.
Excellent. And our fourth panelist today is Professor Neil Santillan.
Yes, my surname is Spanish, but I'm not Spanish. My ancestors come from the other side of the Bay of Biscay. I'm a professor here at Macquarie University. My speciality is climate change science, and I research primarily on the issue of sea level rise and coastal wetlands.
Thank you very much. So we have a diverse panel of experts, and today we're going to be talking about climate change, immigration, environment. So what does it mean? What is the perspective on climate change that each one of our panelists have? So I would like to start perhaps with Maite. Would you be happy to start?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
I'll be happy. I don't know if we would like to put the short video of IOM or not. Okay. Because maybe we'll give like a context or later.
Let's do the video just quickly. Yep. Okay.
The IOM one. Eventually, it's just to put like the context on what is it that we're talking when we talk about climate change and the relationship with mobility and human mobility. So maybe the other one. I think it will be helpful for all of us, and eventually it helps. Do we sit over there? Okay, so thank you. It was just like putting some images because it helped us all. I mean, now that we receive so much information and we see live, even all the ongoing conflicts, and at the end we become a little bit like desensitized, no? Like there's so much that our minds cannot even cope with, so much difficulties and challenges. But as the Vice Chancellor was saying now, eventually those challenges are opportunities for growth. So that's part of it. But it's true that the that the consequences of climate change, an organization as the UN Migration, we are looking into the optical of understanding how human mobility is going to be affected by climate change, which is going to be very important, as I understand that we'll discuss here. So from IOM here in this region, we have an office here in Australia that has one of the branches. One part of our operation is for Australia. The other part of the operation is for coordinating and supporting our offices in the Pacific. We have between 8 to 10 offices in the Pacific in countries like Vanuatu, Samoa, Tuvalu, Fiji, etc., Marshall Islands, Micronesia. And we have a common strategy for 4 years for the Pacific, and our first objective, and that's why I was happy that we were going to discuss those issues, because our first objective is the resilience to climate change and disaster-related human mobility. So it is true that globally for IOM, and as our new Director General has said, is that whatever is going to happen in the Pacific, and the responses that we will set in motion in the Pacific are going to be a good pilot for the future for the rest of the globe, because climate change is going to affect very quickly in the Pacific Island. I was like 2 months ago in Tuvalu, Vanuatu, you can tell, but Tuvalu, as giving just an example, is a very small country, is an atoll that has 11,000 citizens in total in the country. It's a very small triangle, which its highest point is 4.5 meters. So it's the first country that will disappear in the world. And what we are working with the government is in terms of preparing, of course, working with the communities for ensuring that they have some responses for climate change and some disaster risk plans, but also with the governments for thinking on how is it that they will cope with climate change when the things are going to start happening. So whatever will happen here in the Pacific is going to be a good pilot for the rest of the world also. I would stop here because I know that we are quite constraining time, so eventually moving to others, and then we will have a discussion.
That is really interesting. So some people in my research group, we study geomorphology of coral reef islands, and there was one member of my team in Tuvalu not that long ago. And for context for everyone, Tuvalu is this place where it was drilled the first core, through the carbonate platform to the coral, that demonstrated that Darwin's theory of coral reefs and how they move and sink and so on was true, and it's still preserved there. It's really interesting. So now we're going to stay in the Pacific, and we're going to go directly to Ricardo. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm in Vanuatu from the last 4 years and a half, and really I came before from Africa for Congo Basin. But when we arrived, and in these 4 years and a half, we feel really the climate change that happened. Not only to see where the shoreline is, the sea level is growing up, is getting up. Not only that, also the volcanic eruption and also the cyclones. From 2020, when we arrived, we got to put only this year we have 4 cyclones. For the first time in 150 years record, we have a twin cyclone. In March, we have Judy and Kevin, and they cross the whole island. Okay, for many of you, Vanuatu is 82 island, 1,200 kilometers from north to the south, to the southern island, to have an imagine, and also 300,000 inhabitants only living there. But this year we have this twin cyclone, and also we have one early cyclone last week. And that cyclone, that means category, they say, no, there was tropical storm. I remember I was traveling from Rome to Vanuatu, and I was checking all time the weather, because I said, no, it's not a tropical storm. There will be a category 5. Now we are working together with IOM. We work together in some of the island, the project sites, to the recovery. And that cyclone, the case is no strong winds, but more rain. The precipitation is available. This is Harold. We arrive 450 kilometers per hour. We find coral fish 300 meters inside the island and 205 meters up the sea level. Don't imagine the small fish. Imagine how the salt water spread and how they damage the whole production for all trees. And so we have the records to share with you anytime. Is part of our work is under reach to reef, to protect the catchment areas, to the reef, as we mentioned before, the seagrass, coral, to see that sink or not for carbon. That is the work. But really, as she mentioned and in the video, I also experienced that the fishermen, they cannot have more fish because the blanching of the corals and the increase of the temperature, the fish go more deep and they don't have the gear to capture those fish. So it's a example. It's no big migration as is happening in Sahel, for example, crossing the Sahara to go looking for Europe or immigrating through Canary Islands. But here the migration is internal migration. At Tuvalu 3 years ago, remember the Prime Minister gave the speech between the COP26 or 25 in the water. So we are sinking. Sorry for saying that. Okay, I don't know. I leave the floor to my colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Ricardo has a video that he wants to share with us, and maybe we can share it in the end.
No, it's not a video. Yeah. It was also, as she do, is a setting the scene.
Okay.
It's only some diapos with the last report for UK cooperation, for UNDP, how the movement. That is something that
maybe we can put it in the end, Angel.
Yeah, maybe only this. It's only that as to share with all of you, no?
Okay, so now I was thinking that maybe we can hear from Neil another perspective, and then we talk with Damian about how we communicate it. So thank you.
Yeah, so my area of interest is coastal wetlands, mangroves, tidal marshes, and I collaborate with some scientists working in the Ebro Delta in Spain and the Balearic Islands on seagrasses. But also coral reef islands. We're looking at how those islands are changing under sea level rise. And one of the really interesting things that we're finding is that there's an inbuilt resilience in many of these systems under low rates of sea level rise and warming, such that they can be powerful actors in drawing down carbon dioxide and helping in the fight against climate change. And we need to empower nature to help us solve this problem. It's what we call blue carbon, a term coined by Carlos Duarte. The problem becomes under accelerated warming and accelerated sea level rise, then we make it really impossible for these systems to maintain their place. So it brings into focus the importance of the Paris Agreement targets, trying to keep global warming below 2 degrees above the historic baseline. Preferably 1.5, although this may be the first 12-month period in which we are 1.5 degrees above that baseline. If we can do that, we give these ecosystems every chance to survive and every chance to actually be part of the solution. If we fail to meet that target, things do become very ugly pretty quickly.
Thank you so much. Now we have a problem. It's an environmental problem. It's climate change. It's affecting people, affecting habitats. How do we communicate it? Oh my goodness.
I feel like scared. This is like a grenade in my hands or something like that. Yeah. Thank you very much. When Angel contacted me and said I had to give a little bit of a presentation on climate crisis, and he said it's 1 minute, I said, wow, that's going to be difficult. So I'm not going to be like the Chamber of Commerce, 10 minutes, but immediately after I was thinking what to say, I received a video for my colleagues in Kathmandu. I hope there is sound for that one, because the Secretary General is speaking from Kathmandu, and I hope it will work.
I am in Nepal to send a message to the world. The rooftops of the world are caving in. This tragedy is unfolding in 2 perilous chapters. Phase 1 is the story of melting glaciers and ice sheets. Record temperatures mean record glacier melt. Nepal has lost close to 1/3 of its ice in just over 30 years. Antarctica and Greenland are losing billions of tons of ice mass every year. Melting glaciers means swollen lakes and rivers flooding, sweeping away entire communities, and seas rising at record rates, threatening coastal communities across the globe. The crisis is gaining speed. Nepal's glaciers melted 65% faster in the last decade than they had in the previous one. That means phase 2 of this tragedy looms ever larger, the disappearance of glaciers altogether. Glaciers are icy reservoirs. The ones here in the Himalayas supply fresh water to well over 1 billion people. When they shrink, so do river flows. In the future, major Himalayan rivers like the Indus, the Ganges, and the Brahmaputra could have massively reduced flows. Combined with saltwater intrusion that would decimate deltas, that spells catastrophe. Low-lying countries and communities erased forever, millions of people on the move, and fierce competition for water and land, and floods, droughts, and landslides accelerating worldwide. I'm here to cry out from the rooftop of the world, stop the madness. The glaciers are retreating, but we cannot. We must end the fossil fuel age. We must act now to protect people on the front line and to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees to avert the worst of climate chaos. The world cannot wait.
Well, as you can see, the message is not very encouraging, but as the Vice Chancellor said before, denying the challenges make us more difficult to find solutions. So I think one of the things, as you were questioning before, that we are trying to do is to really combat disinformation, because disinformation in all fields, we're just seeing it now in wars, but in the climate change, it has been dramatic. The lack of responsibility of people denying climate change, mainly through disinformation, can really jeopardize the possibility that we have to live in a better world, or at least a world as it is now.
Thank you. That was a very powerful message. I think Ricardo wants to answer.
No, thank you. It's linked with all the message from our Secretary General. Also, what you say, also that we are feeling, we are testing, we are doing some research, and so we was awarded for some traditional irrigation system that also they are resilient against the cyclones in Vanuatu. I don't know if you have video, but I have the video with me. If you want, maybe we can put later 3 minutes, but it will be very interesting to see how the customary knowledge. Also, very important question that you raise is the climate justice. La justicia climática. As you know, Vanuatu is leading this movement and will be the co-chair from the next COP in Dubai. The Minister of Climate Change is strong position, and he is one of the fighters for this, because, as you mentioned, the important is not us here. The important is the people living on the ground, in the grassroots, living in the communities, and they are feeling really suffering the climate change effects in the seas, small island development states. Tuvalu, Vanuatu, Palau, for example, in 3 years ago, they have 12,000 inhabitants. Now, in the last census, not published, but we have the data for our colleagues, is only 6,500 inhabitants in Palau. Palau also, they are selling, because I linked that with the Mariel presentation, is one of the paradise to diving with the small jellyfish. The special jellyfish only grow there. And sorry, it's long, but also the artificial intelligence will help for the climate change, because we have more facility to, we introduce the correct data, we can have the forecast, the outlook that will happen in the small island and in other parts of the world, for floodings, fires, etc. Thank you.
Yeah, so there is no doubt that research is going to help with this crisis. But as I started working, and I have commented this with other researchers in the South Pacific, one of the things that really I found it was surprising for me and probably reveals my ignorance is the poverty. I think we have this image internationally of the Pacific, of the happiness, the beautiful, the holiday, the kind of the honeymoon thing. And you go there and it's another reality. So how do we change the communication? How do we change the story for developed countries that it is real? I mean, the message of the president of Tuvalu in the water for the COP26 was super powerful, but didn't really reach everyone. How do we change that? Maite, do you have any ideas?
Well, I think that is very important also understanding that when we're talking about the developing countries, as the Pacific are, the majority of them, coping strategies for the governments and the communities are less. So it is very important keeping this very important international partnership and approach on the problems that we are facing globally. It's not that the developing countries have to face the consequences of global warming and the consequences of our growing economies in unsustainable ways, for facing the consequences of what climate change will have in their countries. So I think it's very important keeping this international partnership, this international understanding. And in terms of the science, as my colleague was saying, it's true that it's super important. And we were talking about with the optical, I mean, I was very impressed by the possibilities of the science. And also, for example, in IOM, we are now enlarging partnerships also, not only internationally, but with the science and with the companies in terms of ensuring that we have real contextualized information, robust systems for understanding what is it that is happening and the consequences when we face all these climate change disasters. And so, because there's many ways in artificial intelligence eventually, but also on satellite observation and so on how this human mobility happens, where the people are moving, how, and facing better disaster risk management strategies with the governments we support, with the communities that we work with. So definitely there's a lot of scope for ensuring this kind of partnership and ensuring that we all can use and optimize the information and the available knowledge already on the social actors that we are acting on the ground with the local governments, with the communities. So I think that can be one of the areas.
Thank you. And
okay. No, supporting this new technique, we have only one, because the government don't allow in Vanuatu to use this new technology, uplink. That we have one small. But the best in your point, you forget to mention the size of the antennas. You know, we have only one equipment for this communication. Unfortunately, we sent to the more affected island, and all the United Nations system and the government have the data, what's happening, also picture what is happening on the ground on time using this new communication system. That is very important also for all of us, also for university, for academia, for government, no? For policymakers, because if you have this station very well, by the moment we are using the Australian Navy, Australian Army, this is small radio, but it's radio. And the problem with the cyclone came sometimes, and it happened to me in TC Harbour, I was stuck in one island for 1 month. No communication, no one came to repair the antennas, no one came, no electricity, nothing. And that is very important to have this small equipment with solar, working with solar to facilitate all this data. Sorry. I don't know.
Yep. Would you like
I may just answering your question about the image. I think the world of tourism is also changing a lot. The World Tourism Organization, by the way, headquarters are in Madrid, is working a lot on sustainable tourism, even on the image. I can tell you a very quick story. In Haiti, there is a beautiful bay called Labadie, the north of Haiti, and cruise liners from Royal Caribbean actually own that part of the country. And of course, everybody about 15 years ago, before the earthquake, were afraid about Haiti all the time. So when the boat arrived there, they said, "Welcome to Hispaniola Island," which is the geographical name of the entire island, but they never said, "Welcome to Haiti." Now, cruise lines, for example, when they arrive, there is local markets. They're trying to get all the inputs for their restaurants from or as much as they can from the local communities. There is sometimes, when they arrive, the possibility of doing excursions to nearby villages to really know the reality. So I think little by little things are changing, and the classical approach of like being in a bubble from the airport to the hotel and not seeing anything else, I think it's little by little changing, hopefully.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Neil, how do we empower scientists, to go there and actually, abandon that parachute science that has happened too often in the past? How do we go there and work with the people there and building capability and true and authentic relations and collaborations?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And we've have a partnership of past few years with scientists in Madagascar. It's been facilitated by Blue Ventures, which is an NGO, but we now have some excellent young, technically grounded scientists from Madagascar who are, we've been able to go over, help them incorporate the technologies that we've been using elsewhere in the world, potentially PhD scholarships exchanges, co-tutel arrangements where they're doing some of their research in their home country and some of their research elsewhere. So it has to be a two-way exchange. And the advantage for us is that we have people then on the ground who understand the culture and the issues we're talking about around communication more broadly within the community, because that's where really good outcomes lie. So it's a case of, I think, sort of facilitating those exchanges, but certainly not going back to the old model of sort of parachuting in and, harnessing all the data and kind of hot-tailing it out. So, so we've seen some, I think there's been a real movement now toward those sort of more constructive models of engagement with people and developing in the capacity of people in those locations like Madagascar.
Okay, this is excellent. So I think we're running out of time. So I would like just to thank our panelists. But before that, I would like to, is there something that you would like to say that you haven't had a chance to say today?
Yes, and
microphone.
Sorry, we need to promote a nature-based solution. We need to learn from the customary knowledge, for the traditional knowledge. When we do any implementation of mitigation, they require more investment than adaptation. First, we need to observe what happened, what they are doing. As I mentioned, in Spain, we have this big cyclone. I don't know what they say. No, the new cyclone. Two persons pass away. The winds only 100 kilometers per hour in Vanuatu. In the last cyclone, no casualties. Hope that you say, and please think in the customary knowledge. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Please help me thanking our speakers.
Thank you very much, everyone. We're gonna go on our lunch break. So if you are online, we encourage you to also be while you're your own lunch, and we'll see you for session 2 very shortly. Thank you.
Come back. 140 supposedly. 140 supposedly. 140.
Vale. Please, if we can start, we are already running late. Hi, welcome everyone again. We are starting now the session 2, Connecting Industry and Research. We are going to welcome to next speaker, Carmen Verdú. She's the CEO of TIPSA in Asia Pacific, and she's going to talk about research in pizza. Thank you so much, Carmen. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank Angel, especially, and SRAP in general, to invite me to this presentation. I'll explain you briefly, first of all, what TIPSA is, who we are, because it's very possible that for many of you, we are not known. And then I'll go very quickly through the activities that we are doing for research and collaboration with universities. Who is TIPSA? So we are civil engineers, industrial, mechanical, and electrical. We are a team of multidisciplinary engineers. Our headquarters are in Madrid, but we are a global company, right? So we have presence in many countries, as you can see there. That's typical for our industry. Many Spanish engineers or construction companies have traveled a lot in the last decades. The areas that we cover are transport. In transport, we do airports, ports, railway, etc. We cover water, desalination plant, wastewater plants, and so on. We do buildings, universities, hospitals, stadiums, for example, as well, and renewable energies. So it would be wind, solar, and hydropower plants. We came here in 2016, and we've been participating in some quite remarkable projects. Just to name one, the Sydney Metro West, the tunnel under the harbour. We did the tender design there, and we are now we just almost finishing we finished the design for the Sydney Metro West, the central tunnel package. We are also independent certified for Martin Place, Victoria Cross, and Cross Nest, just to name a few of the projects that we've been involved. We brought to the group, because TIPSA is a group of companies, we brought to the group a company called EDG Consulting, and they have offices in Brisbane and Melbourne. So now we have permanent offices in the East Coast mainly, although we provide services in Tasmania as well, South Australia, and even in Perth, more on a project-by-project basis. We are independent. Well, I mentioned what we've been doing here. But let's go to the point, right? Is why are we here? We want to collaborate, but there's always a reason for doing everything, right? So first of all is why are we engineers, and why do we want to innovate? First thing is that the industry where we work is as you can see there, infrastructure and construction accounts for more or less 13% nowadays globally for the GDP. It's true that the construction has not been one of those sectors where more innovation has happened in the past, but that is changing. And construction, as usual, is not accepted anymore. So the challenges that we are facing require a different way of working. And the last point probably is the most important one. As engineers, we have a commitment to improve societies by bringing quality to infrastructure, building, environment. So a couple of examples of solutions that we can achieve through engineering. Okay, this is I'll go to the first one. As I was saying, just to throw a couple of ideas here. This is the Rande Bridge. This is in Pontevedra, in northwest of Spain. This was built in 1981. And what happened that population grows, and there was a need to expand to widen the bridge. More traffic needed. There are many ways of doing that, and we came to a solution in which it was in fact the first time that a cable stayed bridge was widened in the world. Engineering again. There are many ways of getting to a solution, but we came to a solution in which we reduced, right, the material that we use. We could have built another foundation, but we found a solution that reduced and minimized that impact, sustainability, excellence. This is Guarulhos in Brazil. This was October 2012. And this was 16 months later. This was designed by us, and that terminal, that airport has more or less the same passengers per year as the Sydney airport, right? This was achieved through collaboration. A fast track project. In a fast track project, there are many. I mean, it's very difficult, but when all parties work in the same direction, that's a possibility. So efficiency, but also collaboration, designer and construction companies. This is Stockholm. We've been participating in the Stockholm Metro for many years. Again, is about improving cities, bringing design and sustainable mobility, using of new technologies, like for example BIM. This is a bridge in Coco River. This is very recent. This was designed by our teams during COVID. And this is probably one of my preferred ones because it is a cantilever bridge in a very complex environment, high seismic conditions. But with this solution, which was at that time the largest, I think it was the largest bridge in Nicaragua, we came to a very resilient solution. And what is more important, it is going to boost the economy there, and it's going to link the different communities at both sides. This is the last one. These are my colleagues last weekend in Park Victoria. Park Victoria, just looking for landslides after a lot of, all the rain and that has happened. And if you go to the Blue Mountains, you will see that there are a lot of tracks that are closed because of the, these days climate change or whatever. There are a lot of floodings, the rain and so on. So they were there expecting on how they can reduce the risk for those people who are going to the parks. Let's move directly now. These are just some ideas. What do we do? How do we structure the research in TIPSA? So, well, we can do research is because of the talent of our people, but also through collaboration, right? We have a quite, we've got a well implemented R&D management system. There's a committee, and there will be projects that are presented to that committee every year. That committee will assess and will approve those that will continue. There will be a fee assigned to that project, and there will be a monitoring later on. So there's a really well-established system following the international standards. And basically, there are three core innovation strategies that we are following. So we can group those lines into three different groups. The first one is going digital. There has been a lot of discussions here, and as you can imagine, for a consulting company, digitalization, all those tools are key, and there's a continuous change and development. You need to really get, you need to be very fast getting updated with the latest technologies. So these are just examples, and collaborative working environment. Why? Because it's very weird. It's very rare that you do the job by yourself. You always collaborate with someone else, contractor, or the designers, even universities. Then you need to allow for that collaborative working environment. These are just a couple of examples. So, for example, the second one, new strategies for a new common data environment. How to do, we work in BIM, so how do you use new automation of the BIM technologies. There's the other one in Canada is, for example, we design a big tunnel there. And then now we are in construction supervision. So there are new tools that we are learning as well to help the surveillance officers to do this 360 image capture. Probably the last one is one of the best ones, who said that the civil engineers and the doctors have nothing to do. That was a mistake. We collaborate, we got an agreement with Hospital La Paz in Madrid. We are working with the intensive care unit at La Paz, is the pediatric intensive care unit in La Paz. So we are, through the TIPSA Foundation, this is a foundation, we are helping them basically to ensure that the kids that have been very, very sick can recover earlier. And one of the things that the doctor have found is that when a kid is at hospital, he or she, they loses completely the sense of reality. So by using virtual reality, we help them to recover earlier. So that was our team, the same team that was designing the Stockholm Metro station. They are helping to the Hospital La Paz to get the kids recovered earlier. Other line of research innovation would be all related to sustainability. You will see that here, these are just examples. Many of these examples are related to renewable energies. So you have, for example, the first one is, in fact, that's a patent. That was developed between Spain and the US, our colleagues in the US, and that is to optimize the big scale solar farms. You've got there some other for waves, marine renewable energy, wind energy foundations, for example. The last one, perhaps also worth mentioning, that's a project that we developed to be able to reuse all the membranes from the desalination plants. There are 500,000 membranes that would be unused after a certain number of years. And we managed to find a possibility to use them for the olive industry and also for the wastewater, for other wastewater treatment plants. And the last group of or line of research would be more focused on what we do with our services, consulting engineering. For example, you've got the how to optimize the fiber reinforced concrete segmental lining in a tunnel. Or, for example, the other one is how to, Plaxis is a software that we use, and how to optimize the parameter and how you consider that. Collaboration with universities. What do we do with universities? Well, TIPSA, we've collaborated with pretty much all the universities in Spain in one way or another. That's the home country, so that's been happening for a long time ago, since a long time ago. It could be through bringing them to projects that we do. And I can mention a couple of them later. It can be by internship. It can be by involving our colleagues in their master programs, being teachers. So there are very different ways of doing things. There are, for example, we have we initiated very recently the collaboration with the Polytechnic University of Valencia and then we'll have a couple of PhD people involved there with things that we do. Again, is things like permanent lining for tunnels, which is something that we do very often, or things related to wind energy. Again, some examples. This is with the Polytechnic University of Valencia. They participated with us with the PV grad, which is for solar farms. The second one is a prototype for a floating foundation for offshore wind farms in collaboration with the Polytechnic University of Madrid. The third one is in collaboration with the Polytechnic University in Catalonia, integrated and sustainable management of cork waste. Very different aspects, right? And the last one is to optimize or to use BIM technology to analyze safety during construction and operation of roads in collaboration with the Polytechnic University of Valencia. EDG is the company that we brought to the group in February this year. They are based in Brisbane and in Melbourne. And we had the TIPSA Foundation, which is the one that is collaborating with the Hospital La Paz. And they have something similar. The culture is very similar. Is getting engaged in the industry and also participating in this kind of thing. So they have the EDG fellowship, and they support the scholarship of students for civil engineers. And this is the last slide, and this is basically that the university in the Congo that was founded completely by TIPSA. It was constructed by, it was designed by TIPSA, funded by TIPSA, and now we've involved also the Polytechnic University of Madrid. So there are a couple of students from this university that now are studying in Madrid, and we are very grateful that now 22 students have finished their studies. Okay, I hope that this gave you a broad overview of what we do, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you for the presentation. We just have time for a quick question. Yes, Oscar.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Very interesting. My name is Oscar, and as I said before, UNSW here. You mentioned through your presentation BIM, that we look it up on the internet. Luis, look it up. Building.
Yes, information management. So BIM is all related to, I mean, nothing is, in the past, everything used to be done in AutoCAD 2D models, right? Now everything is designed from the beginning in a 3D model, using different software, and then you extract the drawings from the model. The good thing with the model is that you can use that model to do, for example, later on a digital twin, and then once, for example, you finish the design of that element, that building, that bridge, the operator can take that digital model and can implement from sensors to all sorts of things. So that's, I think in the future, we won't see anything do it into the drawings. It's everything in BIM.
And how do you go from those models to the virtual reality for babies in ICU?
Okay, that's a good point. Basically, we have the skills. So our digital, we have a BIM department, and they have all those skills in-house, right? And because you can use those models, when you build that model, then you can use virtual reality, for example, and I know that Carlos will know for sure, you will be using a virtual reality, for example, to, before the station has been built, you can walk through the station, through the gates, and inspect it even if you want. You can show that to the client. So that virtual reality as a passenger in a metro station is the same thing that a kid can have. So the team, instead of building or designing a station, they design like a circus. So the kids could see themselves in a circus, and then the doctor would say, okay, hit here or run here or move there. So it's the same skills that were transferable from one industry to another.
That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carmen. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Impressed about all the different things that you do. My question is this one. You have been mentioning that you are doing plenty of partnerships there in Spain with Spanish universities.
Yeah.
What do we have to do for that to happen in Australia?
I think that's what you and I discussed in the past. I think what it is, the intention is there, which is the first step and is key, right? But the intention, it is there from your side, I mean, from the universities and from the industry. What it is not that the next step probably would be identify those skills that are transferable. Because for example, the collaboration between the hospital and the university happened between two people talking, having a coffee. And, why not? So we need to encourage this conversation. And I don't know if it is through bringing the industry and listing all the ideas that they have, all the needs that we've got, and then asking the university, what can you offer? And then try to find the middle point or the we converge. Yeah.
We have to continue that discussion, definitely, and that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much again. Now we are going to present the next talk, Bus Automation in Brisbane, by Carlos Vidal Jimenez. He's the General Manager of the Mobility for Asia and Pacific. Thank you so much, Carlos.
Thank you very much for the introduction, for the gentle introduction that you have done. Thanks to all of you for sharing with me this time that after lunch will be a bit tough, but anyway, we are gonna do our best in order to speed up the speech and trying to make you a bit comfortable with whatever we are going to explain today. The point is, I'm going to go through a brief introduction about, obviously, Indra, and that is the company that we are representing right now. We are a multinational that has a global technology and consulting company. Basically, we have two big areas, transport and defense, in which we do projects for air traffic management, transport, and defense. And on the other hand, we have my side that is more focused on IT and all these different environments. No, in 2022, we have 6.4 billion revenue. We are in more than 140 countries right now. We are 57,000 employees. And in terms of research and development as an IT company, we are really committed with that. And we have invested almost 424 million Australian dollars last year. The point is that, obviously, as part of this innovative and focus on the strategy of the research and development, what we do also is having a long relationship with the different universities worldwide and in the whole environment where we are right now, and not only based on the typical internship, but also based on co-working, mentoring, projects development, and different investigation that we are researching that we are doing with all these universities. Practically speaking, and zooming a bit more in Australia, we arrived in 2007, and we are almost 150 employees right now. Mostly are high qualified engineers, the people that we have working for us and is working in different areas, or traffic management, defense, security, transport, also things from inside. And well, the experience is really success, and we are growing slowly and going step by step, trying to be biggest. Going one more step and trying to be closer to the reason why here we are, that is the collaboration with universities. We are bringing one project that was the Brisbane City Council project that we are providing to their one solution for managing all the railways, all the buses that they have there, Metro bus. And there where we found the opportunity, the opportunity to go ahead with something that could help us to collaborate with the university. Just a brief idea, the project is that they are going to build another new 2 lines with almost 60 buses, and it's a 21 kilometers lines, and then 1 and then 2, full sustainable and green buses with no emission, 100% battery, and implementing this solution in a cloud in which they could, from a almost multimodal way, manage and monitorize all the 1,300 buses that they have right now. This solution bring all the environment that they have and integrate almost every single thing and bits that they have around in a centralized system that allow them to optimize and maximize the efficiency and the experience for at the end, the passenger that is inside that. And on top of that, bring a more success and sustainable environment to the city. Without trying to spend much more time about the platform, the bits and bits, well, all these specific things of the project. Well, this is a bit the bus that is like a metro with rubbers, with wheels of rubber. And as I was saying before, we would try to improve the experience of the passenger that is inside, bringing to them the API with the last generation, trying to having all the last minute information that we could give to the control center to help them to manage this fleet on the best way as possible. And based on this project, we build a bridge. We are trying to build a bridge with this collaboration. How? The project brought one local collaboration obligation that we tried to transform in an opportunity, because mainly they was talking about how we could help to the local community or some community organization or social enterprises. Obviously, it was an iterative process in which we bring 4 proposals. The first one was to participate with the University of Queensland and the Queensland University of Technology to develop trials and projects with them for sustainable transport, obviously, at the end of the day is where we are doing there. The second was mainly funding secondment for Brisbane City Council nominated teams. I mean, bringing on board people from the Brisbane City Council and teaching them how to use the things or improvement the skills that they have. The third one was putting money on top of the table, and we do whatever you want for sustainability. And the fourth one was a quite nice initiative for analyzing the vehicle emissions in the cities to check which one was on top or not of this maximum or minimum emission that is allowed in the cities, and trying to, well, in case of that, they want even to do the enhancement as it's been done in some part of Europe and they could put that in place. After this first iteration, we came to the second one, where they choose to be focused on the universities. That was really good for us in terms of, well, how could we now propose that value to these universities? And we bring 4 new initiatives, because at the end, this is iteration after iteration. One is providing software, is giving them a software for free and they could use it. Another could be co-working and mentoring people, especially with skills for cybersecurity and data analytics. Other was to generate like a pride for the university, in which they came with initiatives that could be related to the transport and that could be used for us and for them to make the things grow. And the final one was engage people with that are studying the final year of the career and sponsoring their studies, or if they have to go to some conference or whatever. Again, we revisit this proposal with the customer and they decide to go to the one in which we co-develop with the university, mainly 2 systems. One that is similar to One City or to Alexia, in which the driver has a voice interface in which he gives the orders to the system talking instead of having to write whatever thing. And the other was a multimodal platform to optimize all the traffic based on the flow information that they have from the different transport, that are ferries, buses, railways, even taxis if they want from time to time, and combining all the knowledge that they have at the university with the algorithm that we could help them to do, and they could have also been able to develop to make this success. On top of that, we became to increase our relationship with another federal government institution, and we go to the Innovation Connection and we register our company there. Based on this initiative and that they are doing collaboration between public sciences and private companies. The point of this is that we put a fund and they almost duplicate the fund because they put almost the same quantity from their side. With that point, we could achieve almost double for the half amount of money. That was a really good approach, and we are now waiting to know if in the Q4 the Brisbane City Council decide to go through these 2 initiatives. And practically speaking, that was the way that we followed to try to answer the question that you did before, and land in a reality, an opportunity to make to build a bridge to the collaboration with the universities. Now it's a matter of time, seeing what is happening. Thank you very much for your time, and it was a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Carlos. Questions?
Any question, any whatever? Sergio, come on.
Hi, thank you. Very nice to see that happening, actually. But I'm going to ask you a little bit of a tricky question here.
Come on.
So, if you had to actually tell me which was the most difficult part to start a collaboration with the university, and I know why I'm asking you that, because I know that some of the departments, particularly one of those universities, is very famous for being difficult to work with industry, depending on the IP issues, etc., etc. So can you tell me which was the most difficult part to start this to work, and is actually flowing as you expected, or is the university engagement? The problem is not the researchers, I know, right? The problem is in the middle. So can you comment anything on that?
Well,
it's not recorded, right? So.
There are something that simplify the things. That is, when you came with the council as your partner for the trip, it's tricky. Also, the answer. If you came alone, it's not the same, because at the end of the day, you are with the brand of with the flag of the council, going to the university to try to give things.
Fair point.
Is the trick.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Thank you and congratulations. I'm Luis Salvador Carulla from University of Canberra. I wonder whether Indra has thought on the possibility of translating that to the health sector, which is one of the major issues in expenditure in Australia. Indra has developed that in other places in Spain and in other places. It's just a question whether you have any plan to translate it to health.
Yes, of course. I mean, even in Spain, we have translated most of this model. I mean, the good luck is, or the good news is that we have, it's like a bi-directional. I mean, in things that we had been using in defense, for example, are being used now in transport, or even the air traffic management system now is the one that is quite similar system, is the one that is managing the high-speed lines in Spain. Therefore, bringing from transport environment to health environment, this knowledge or this technology, is a matter of time that happened to come here, because in fact, as I was explaining before, we were trying to grow, and as soon as that we face the opportunity, we are going to try to take it for sure. That's clear. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carlos, and thank you. Thank you so much for all the support Indra's do for SRAP and the organization and the sponsorship. We are going to start our last presentation of this session. Is the research projects between Navantia Australia and the University of Technology of Sydney by Israel Lozano, that is the CEO of Navantia Australia. Thank you so much.
Voy a presentar, voy a presentar. ¿Esto funciona o uso esto? Right. All right, so I didn't prepare any presentation. I'm going to talk first about who's Navantia, and in particular Navantia Australia, and then I will talk about why we partner and cooperate with university. So Navantia Australia is, as you may know, is a global company, a leading company in defense, devoted to the design and construction of naval ships, with more than 5,000 employees and a growing international presence, with the opening of affiliates in countries like the UK, Saudi Arabia, Norway, and Australia. So Navantia Spain has exported to more than 20 countries and is focused on the delivery of designing and delivery of large surface combatants, developing of digital technologies, and with also a big focus on sustainability. Navantia Australia is the largest operation internationally of Navantia Spain. We started our operations in Australia in 2006. 1 year before, the company was awarded with 2 large contracts to deliver 3 air warfare destroyers and 2 LHDs, or amphibious land helicopter deck. And later in 2016 with 2 logistic vessels. So if you walk around the Botanic Garden, you can see in the naval base line up all the ships that Navantia delivered to the Commonwealth. So since 2016, where we started with 1 people only, we are now close to be 300 employees in Australia, 96% locally engaged, and with a growth rate during the last 3 years of 25% each year in our workforce. So I invite you to visit, by the way, our website. So you want more details, or you can contact me if you have any further question about just the capability of the company. But I wanted to talk with you about why Navantia, and in particular Navantia Australia, is so keen on cooperating with the Australian University. So there is a Spanish saying that goes, "Tell me who you're going with, and I will tell you who you are." So as in other sayings in many parts of the world, they represent a brief summary of much wisdom distilled over generations and with simple formulas that are easy to pass on. I like this saying, and I agree with it. In my view, our companions and friends say something about us, both individually and as a business. So today I'm going to talk about universities and why we in Navantia Australia want to partner with them in our long-term journey. The first reason is that the universities are full of dreamers with a long-term vision of the future. This aligns with Navantia's own vision. Any leader of a company must have a dream or a vision in the language of management. We want to know where we want the company to be, how the company must perform its operations to serve the customers, and how they want the company to behave and engage with its stakeholders around its values. That's a long-term vision of tomorrow. As I said before, I believe the university is full of dreamers, generous people who dedicate their lives to giving tools to young generations and preparing them for a better future. To sort through study and research what will become a reality in a few years, sometimes decades, ideas that will improve planet, human beings, and their living conditions. This mentality and focus of what is shown today thinking about tomorrow is a place where it is easy to meet with the university. That long wavelength unites both our company and the universities. The second reason, and probably the most pragmatic, is complementarity. Academia and business often operate with different incentives, but can collaborate to drive innovation. They both want returns and profitability, but their customers are different. The company wants to get the market quickly. To get to the market quickly, the university challenges us with solutions that always go beyond the present. The company provides the customer what the customer requires, competes with its competitors' developments, comes up with its own ideas, managing attention from the market that drags companies along, and excites their need for innovation and creativity. As you all know, there is nothing more collaborative than a healthy competition. The university responds in the same environment with different priority. It joins us with the accumulation of knowledge and focus on innovation and learning. But in the pursuit to be more innovative, more digital, and the belief that the frontier can always move farther. It is a healthy, argumentative, and collaborative tension. There is no commercial rigidity constraints on these pursuits. The nexus is knowledge, research, and innovation, and that's a very good place to meet. The third reason is deeper and even more important to me. It has to do with some of the fundamental attributes that, in my opinion, define the university. Universities provide Navantia a boost of energy, perspective, and generosity in sharing knowledge. We have a continuous engagement with many Australian universities, and we want to develop it further as true allies. A university is wisdom, true, but it's also millions of kilowatts of energy. The young people we bring to Navantia Australia, in addition to their lack of prejudice and their development in the digital world of today and tomorrow, give us that boost of energy that continues to drive us. The university is also global. It's in its DNA. that open mentality in a business in which Navantia operates, where you operate locally but think globally, also helps to connect us. The university is optimistic and generous, understanding like no other institution the importance of sharing knowledge and joining forces to obtain a better result. I've given 3 reasons that unite us with the university and that move us further to develop a relationship with them. We want to contribute to developing a network of collaboration from academia to research and development to help each other as true partners. We have a relationship already with many of the Australian universities in most of the country's states, and the relationships vary in scope. The most significant program to date was the creation of the Joint Institute with program to date was the creation of the Joint Institute with the UTS in 2022, which has since yielded extraordinary results in just 18 months. So actually in just 18 months, we've developed something that has hit the market and has some traction from our customer. And some of these initiatives will be showcased in Indo-Pacific 2023 next week. So the Joint Institute provides a digital solution for the Royal Australian Navy, develops skills through industrial PhD programs, offers employment opportunities at Navantia Australia for UTS students, engage with startup activities, and supports the development of relationship with Spanish universities. Shortly, more agreements will materialize with other universities, and I cannot elaborate about them today because they will be part of our announcements in Indo-Pacific next week, which we will also develop an intense cooperation. So, as the Spanish saying goes, tell me who you're going with, and I'll tell you who you are. I want the university to be our traveling companion. I think that speaks well of who we are in Navantia Australia family. Thank you. Happy to take
Thank
questions.
you, Israel. Any questions?
Hi. Thank you for the talk. Very, very interesting.
Thank you.
And I have one more than question, a curiosity.
Yeah.
Currently, in which fields of are you collaborating with universities, and in right now with which universities you are collaborating right now?
I'm collaborating with many with many universities. So, I mean, with the UTS, the Joint Institute is focused on the development of digital solutions. So the basic idea that we are developing is trying to blend the Navantia's know-how, which has accumulated in the design of the ships for the Royal Australian Navy, with new technologies. So with the ambition to develop a new landscape of solutions, more digital. So it's a basis of know-how with the mix, putting the mix the digital technologies to develop those kind of solutions, but focus on the maritime domain. And the rest of the cooperations we will pursue will be again around the area of a specialty of Navantia Australia, which is the naval ship design. Right? So there will be cooperations not only on the digital technologies but also on new materials, fuel efficiency, hydrodynamics. So there's a large list of areas for research and development.
Questions?
Easy.
Thank you so much from SRAP for your support and your sponsorship as well.
Thank you.
So we finish our session 2. We will continue with the award. Marta, are you there?
Hi, yeah.
Welcome, Marta. If you want to present the winner of the award.
Thank you. Kia ora, everyone, and thank you for having me online. It's a clear example of the connected world, so glad to be here. Yeah, I'm just going to present the Early Career Award. So first, a little bit of context of what this award is. And I think it's a clear representation of how SRAP is committed in boosting the career perspective of early career Spanish researchers in the Australia Pacific region. So the main objective of this award is to recognize extraordinary research trajectories of early career SRAP members. And it's organized by SRAP, but it's sponsored by the Ramon Areces Foundation, which in turn has a broad objective of fostering scientific and technical research in Spain and education and culture in general. So this year is the second edition of this award, and we're really proud of this initiative that it's carried out, and we're hoping that it will continue for many years. And we have an amazing committee organizing the award that it's formed by 5 members of SRAP, Dr. Ana Rubio Suauso, Dr. Sara Marrero, who was the winner of last year's edition of the award. We also have Associate Professor Sergio León Sabal and Associate Professor Marian Vidal Fernandez and myself. And this year we had 6 candidates, and it was really difficult to select one. The level was really high, and all of the candidates' CVs were amazing, and the proposals for future activities in SRAP were very exciting. So when we were assessing all the applications, we were truly impressed by all the achievements of all the members of SRAP that applied for this award. And without further ado, it's my pleasure to announce the winner of the Early Career Award 2023, Dr. Marcos Roca Cusach. So I'm not sure if he's gonna present straight away, or I can present a little bit of you, or you can present yourself if you want, Marco.
You present me, it's better.
Okay. So well, first of all, congratulations. Dr. Marcos Roca Cusach is an evolutive taxonomist. With his research mainly focused on the systematics of biogeography of the family of Pentatomidae, an insecta, and the taxonomy of the superfamily Pentatomoidea. Hopefully I'm saying this right. With a special focus on the early diverging lineages. Dr. Marcos was graduated in biology and did a master's in biodiversity, all at the University of Barcelona. And in 2022, he received his PhD from Chung Nam National University. And despite still being recognized as an early career researcher, he has already published 57 articles, and he has multiple ongoing collaborations, including in Korea, Spain, Australia, Brazil, India, and USA. And he has recently been incorporated as a postdoctoral researcher at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, to work on a project with highly economical and scientific impact, which is funded by the Biosecurity Department from the Australian government. The aim of his research now is to gather all information available and self-produced regarding the species Halimorpha halis, to mitigate against its establishing and captious threat to Australian agriculture. Again, for context, although this species has not yet reached Australia's borders, it is continuously intercepted on vessels and container ships. And it's often with living specimens in great abundance. It is considered a major pest and invasive species that is of global and economical significance. So a very interesting research ongoing. And the floor is yours.
Hi there, everyone. Thank you very much to SRAP committee and to all the people here, also to the people back home watching. I'm gonna give So after the technical issues, I'm going to basically explain a bit what got me here. And this is more or less like what I've been working for all these past years. The title is has its story behind. So after the box was open, all what that was left was hope. And this is derived from one of the big papers of the dissertation thesis, where we basically opened Pandora's box and found that there was huge of problems that we need to solve. Okay, this part I'm gonna skip because it was said in much more detail. Okay, so I define myself as an evolutionary taxonomist. Evolutionary taxonomists, what we seek is to classify organisms using multiple lines of evidence in a combination of trying to find their combination of phylogenetic relationships, not only in first step, but also going back in the tree of life. Trying to also measure the degree in the evolutionary change that has been going through all this process. Sometimes when we decide to work on these organisms in general, we don't work with specific species, but we work in higher levels of the taxonomical hierarchy, such as genera or even higher levels. Okay, and this would be very similar to what historians would do when they trace back family trees in royal families or in even our ancestors to reconstruct any kind of lineage. And also one of the fun parts as an evolutionary taxonomist that we do is we get to describe and name new species. Like some examples you've got here, which I've described, is the first one, this ant-looking thing, Perontus malobae, which was described after, well, named after my mom. And on the other side, Stilbotis golae, which was named after one of my good friends and supervisor and mentor, Marta Gola from University of Barcelona. So that's kind of the fun part we get to do, which is we can put the name we want to the species we find. But what is a species? This is a current question that has been going through over and over and over and over again. There's so many opinions about it. I'm not gonna go through all that because it's kind of a different seminar just by itself, but just gonna give you some hints on what is a species or what could we consider a species without entering in much detail. So species basically are the basic units that we measure biodiversity. This is very clear till here. And then a species or a group of organisms, there are all these organisms that belong to the same common ancestor. So there cannot be two species with two different parents. Let's say it that way. Additionally, the biological classification follows a hierarchical order. So as you can see here, species are nested within genera, genera are nested within tribes, etc., and we keep going up the tree. And the same concept as before, all organisms that fall inside of one of these batches, they all come from the same descendant. They have to come from the same descendant to be able to be called inside the same group. And the result, or the species that we find nowadays, is the result of processes such as diversification, natural selection, and extinction, which we can't forget extinction, because if we go back to the paleontological record, we can see all these species that occurred in Earth, and you'll get some examples in one of the next slides. So my group of study, it's family Pentatomidae. It's a group of stink bugs, chinches in Spanish, for anybody that has seen them. They smell really bad, but the family, it's pretty well known since back in the early 50s, has a lot of studies that have been going on. It is a really nice non-model organism to study evolution on because it's morphologically multi-diverse. It has a worldwide distribution, and it has more than 5,000 species described. We don't want to count still the number of species that are not described. It's an economically important group. One of the reasons it is economically important is some of the species within this group are currently top 5 of plant pest species that cause huge losses in amount of billions of dollars, euros worldwide. On the other hand, some of these species are currently used to control these other species or other pest species because of their feeding habits. So they feed on other insects, and then we do not need to use so many pesticides in the fields. And last but not least, maybe not as familiar to us, but very common in other cultures, is the use of these insects or this group of insects as food, because they provide a really good source of raw protein in diet. So as I was mentioning, we are trying to solve the life history and phylogenetic background of these species. There has been historically a lot of studies. I'm just gonna go over it, like based on morphology, the evolutionary point of view of these insects has been checked. Also, only using Sanger sequencing DNA, so short fragments of DNA put together, and we could reconstruct part of these phylogenies. And then, which is the trend nowadays, is using a combination of both morphological and molecular characters together in a single matrix to be able to construct all these and have even much more lines of evidence to support our data and know this, this information. But with all the information that we had till now, the internal relations of this group were not solved. So when I started my PhD, I went through all these phases. So I did my taxonomical approach where we described several species, we revised several genera, even some species in the fossil record, to be able to trace back all these characters that were phylogenetically interesting. Secondly, produced the first comprehensive phylogeny, which is not very good at this stage now, but still we published it and we got to get some interesting results, but still we did not get to any conclusions. So by amalgamating all this information, the morphological part and the molecular part, we could try to solve it a bit more in one big single matrix using basically Sanger sequencing data, which is an old-fashioned way of using small fragments of DNA. But the phylogeny did not come out right, or at least as what we're expecting. And the internal relationships of the Pentatomidae were still not solved. So that's basically what got me here to Australia. The fact that we do not know where the species are more or less placed in the tree, and the fact that the phylogeny is a total mess. And also thanks to this guy over here, the brown marmorated stinkbug, Aleomorpha alice, which is a current invasive species with a northern hemisphere pretty broad distribution and with a huge economical impact because it produces huge losses in agriculture. And additionally, this species has a complex taxonomy, and there's a lot of problems with the misidentification between this species and all its relatives, which we really do not know who they are. So, as I mentioned, the brown marmorated stinkbug, we do not know where it fits in the tree. However, we do know where it came from originally. It comes from the east part of what we call Palearctic in geographical, so it's in the Far East region. However, it has spread all around the continent, usually as a hitchhiker in luggage, cargoes, food. And you can see some images. They are found in really big amounts when they travel. They're really good hitchhikers. And here, just to show, this is the current distribution of the species worldwide. As you can see, it's mainly Northern Hemisphere for now, but it's occurring in the Southern Hemisphere slowly. This is from early this year. So probably things are changed a bit right now. It's still not in Australia. That's why one of the things why I'm here is like we want to try to know everything possible before the species actually gets into the country. And this, I thought this image went perfectly with the presentations on today on the forum. It's like, how can one single species colonize the whole world in a matter of 10, 15 years? And I was going to say a really bad word, just destroy the economy of most of countries that rely on agriculture. So part of the project is basically trying to identify what is this species, what are its relatives, where do all these relatives fit, which we call them in systematics, capiaini, try to fit them on the tree and basically get to know as much information we can from these guys using multiple lines of evidence. So we'll be focusing on getting traditional images from the specimens or from most of the groups involved, SEM pictures and internal microcity pictures, and then applying new generation sequencing techniques extracted with Illumina and like focusing on the ultra-conserved elements to try to solve the phylogeny of the group, to try to figure out where this guy fits. And obviously this requires a huge international cooperation, which luckily we are in a huge cooperation team at this point. But as you can see, there's still lots of work to do. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marcus. There's any questions? No questions? I have one question. Just wondering if it's so difficult the identification of this guy. Can you be sure that it's not already in Australia?
Good question. We are working with the biosecurity, and so far the species has been found in huge amounts in cargoes. And there are huge surveillances in the areas where these cargoes go in and out. So the big ports and areas around Australia are being constantly checked and bait trapped using pheromones and different traps. So far, the species has not been found. We cannot discard the fact that it is, but then also in my personal experience, when these species arrive somewhere, the population dynamics explode. So if it's somewhere, we should be able to find it with the techniques we are using.
Thank you so much.
Coffee break. We'll be back in at 3:15, I think. We are going to give a bit of extra time. 3:20.
speaker that, as I say, unfortunately, she had to go back to Spain. She was supposed to be here in Perth visiting and was going to make the time to come here to stay with us today, which unfortunately couldn't happen. So, and it's Professor Lourdes Verdes Montenegro. She's the director and one of the main contributors of the SKA astronomy project, and she will be telling us all about that. So I'm actually quite sad because it was an opportunity to meet her in person, but unfortunately the work that pays the bills actually had to call her back, and she's back now in Spain. So please, can you record?
Buenos días or good afternoon there in Australia. Thank you really for this opportunity to participate remotely, unfortunately, in this Australian Spanish Research Forum. And thank you, Angel, for the invitation. I would like to share with you today. Let me share the screen first. So I would like to share with you today this presentation. Let me handle the screen. Okay, this presentation and trying to tell how the SKA Observatory can transform our understanding of the universe, and by at the same time connecting not only antennas and data, but also connecting Australia, Spain, and of course many other countries. I will tell it from my perspective as coordinator of the Spanish participation in the Square Kilometre Array. And I'll summarize what the SKA Observatory is and the level of participation of Spain, as well as the definition or description of the SKA regional centers and what's the role of open science in them and what impact it has into society, as well as the work we are doing in Spain to develop a regional center for the SKA. In all these activities, how do they connect with Australian groups? So the SKA Observatory aims to answer a good number of open questions in astrophysics, astrobiology, and fundamental physics, from the formation of the very first galaxies in the universe to the evolution of one of its significant components, which is the atomic gas. And this is an area in which I work. And in fact, I have been working and collaborating together with Angel. And I think this was one of the points of our point of many others of connection, but also covering other areas like the testing gravity in extreme environments like black holes, the nuclei of active galaxies, and even the center of our galaxy, going to completely different areas like the study of extrasolar planets by looking at the formation of the protoplanetary disk or detecting biomarkers. And for that, we are actually building 2 telescopes, one located in South Africa and the other there in Australia, and separated by technologies and frequencies that are composed of a good number of antennas each side, and providing a large range of frequencies which are opening the window to different physical processes, as well as providing sensitivity and high fineness in the details that we observe the universe. So we expect to start commissioning of the telescopes next year, with the first science verification in 2 years after, with the end of construction expected to happen by mid-end of 2029. And Spain has been involved in the project for several years, but probably a point in which the community started working globally in Spain was like 10, 12 years ago already, with the feasibility study of the Spanish participation in the Square Kilometer Array, a project in which we coordinated and involved a good number of academic institutions, but we also were in contact with the Spanish industry in order to identify contracts of potential interest for our country, as well as giving support to our ministry and spreading the project to society, so that among the number of contracts that were pre-allocated to Spain, now one of them is already granted, and it relates with this signal that needs to be connected among the antennas and the timing, the very precise timing of this connection. And I recently went to Australia in order to participate in one of the SKA councils as part of the Spanish delegation. I also had the opportunity to visit the Murchison, the MWA array and the SRAP, two different kind of arrays located in Australia, in Western Australia, and all those form part of a series of precursor and pathfinder telescopes that are crucial for the community to prepare for the Square Kilometer Array. And we participate in particular in a number of legacy projects that are being done with these telescopes that are located in the southern hemisphere, but also in the northern hemisphere, like one of the most known, I think, because of the movie Contact, which is the very large array. All this science is going to happen in the SKA regional centers, where the knowledge is going to be extracted. And we have to keep in mind that the SKA is going to be the largest generator of public data in the world, because this information from the different kind of antennas to be correlated and combined in a constructive way altogether by the technique called so-called radio interferometry are going to generate and deliver to the SKA regional centers about 700 petabytes of data per year. Those data need to be processed and made available to the community in a network or distributed network of regional centers, and where the community will have to work in a way that is transparent, so that we will not know where our data or our software is located. And this implies really a global shift in research practices in those regional centers that are going to be the core of SKA science. One area in which I have a special involvement is the open science, for the need to follow best practices in open science. So that implies an approach that is collaborative, transparent, and also, and probably main thing is allowed to follow the scientific method by sharing not only our publication, but the methodology that has been used for the paper, the data, in a way that all this can be shared with citizenship. This is an area in which SKA has a strong compromise, as can be read in its construction proposal and the establishment and delivery plan of the observatory, where open science principles have been adopted as foundational for the observatory, while the number of papers and citation is not the only measurement of scientific success, but also the reproducibility of these papers, which I think is the first time that is considered by a scientific infrastructure. And I think this is not only a need for a scientific infrastructure, but a duty, and also acting as a role model for other infrastructures and general projects in order to do science. With that goal in mind, we organized the first SKA Open Science School in collaboration with the SKA project. I mean, when I say we, I mean the Institute of Astrophysics of Andalusia, where I'm based. And we had as part of the organized scientific organizing committee currently with the Australian director for the director for the Australian Regional Centre. The impact of these practices relates with and echoes the Sustainable Development Goals. You can find a more detailed description of that in talk I gave in the 75th anniversary of the United Nations General Assembly. And I try to separate these goals in the areas of most impact. And I would like to highlight here how important it is to remove the science from where it is located very often behind paywall barriers, so that there is accessibility and facility to exchange ideas, and also accelerate the transfer of knowledge to society. So we foster collaborative practices while we promote equity, diversity, and inclusion, because it's a way so that the work is exposed, but also the authorship. So those places where the contribution of very often women is hidden can be exposed and recognized beyond the the possible hierarchies that often happen. And I would like to also talk a bit about the work we are doing in Granada. We are developing a prototype regional center, which apart from being a computing cluster, goes beyond hardware to software to analyze the data, also to provide user support and training. And with all these activities, we expect to be able to become the host of an SKA regional center in Spain, supporting the preparation for SKA projects, but also following in that way open science practices. And this is a project we are developing under the support of the Spanish Severo Ochoa, the Excellence Project that was granted now for the second time to our institute. Because, but also we have other kind of funds, and for that I wanted to explain that this kind of investment returns 100% to the country, not only because of the infrastructure and services, but also because the human capacity development that goes into areas like big data, green computing, open science, so attracting talent and facilitating collaboration among countries. And one of the consequences of these values we have in our regional center is that we applied and were granted a project in a very competitive, a highly competitive call in Spain, and which we have already started in order to develop our regional center in a sustainable way, following a green perspective and also introducing open science in that. And now I would like to finish with some highlights of our collaboration with Australian groups. We are members of several legacy projects that are being developed in ASCAP, SKA Precursor, based in Australia. We participate in science and technical working groups, but also have participated in main papers where several different institutions in Australia participate in other kind of other legacy projects from ASCAP, also the Murchison Array, and producing different kind of papers in collaboration with Australian researchers. Also collaborated in other kind of projects, like an European project to develop the framework for a federated regional center, putting together different initiatives. And also another project that we led from Granada on applying big data solutions to the SKA data centers. And just to finish, I would like to then highlight that this kind of work involves engagement with not only the Spanish, but international community, and very particularly in many of the aspects I explained here today, the Australian collaborators. It relates with interdisciplinarity and communication of science, also supporting science in a transversal, multi-wavelength, multi-messenger wave. And in technology is with a large relation with the development of regional centers. And I think I would like to suggest that in order to really foster and build on top of these collaborations, I think we really need bilateral calls for Australian Spanish collaboration in the framework of SKA or larger context of astronomy. And well, that's all. Thank you for your interest in this, and I hope to hear from some questions from you later.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to take questions, obviously, but I just want to remark about what Lourdes mentioned. This actually collaboration, astronomy and environment, is actually one of the most impressive collaborations worldwide. You can actually compare that with a space mission like James Webb, et cetera, et cetera. The amount of people involved in making this happen is actually quite impressive. So, okay. For the second speaker, again, unfortunately, she was very ready to be here. She's been involved with us in many events before, Professor Ursula De Marco. She's a professor at Macquarie University, and she's a director of the, I think she's director of the Macquarie Astrophysics, Astronomy, and Astrophotonics department. And she was very keen to be here, but Australian Astronomy Limited put a board meeting just at the same time that we were doing this. So thank you, AL. But no, it's all good. I think that we're ready to hear about the amazing possible in collaboration with the European Southern Observatory, which is ESO, a very current topic here in Australia at the moment.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ursula De Marco. I'm a professor of physics at Macquarie University. But today I really am talking to you as chair of the board of Astronomy Australia Limited. AL is a small non-for-profit company whose members are Australian universities with astronomy research going on in them. There's about 15 members. We basically obtain and run the increased funding, about 15 million a year, on behalf of the astronomical community. And we also represent the community to international projects or also onshore projects. Today, I want to talk to you about the European Southern Observatory and the opportunities that it provides both Australian astronomy and the Australian community as a whole. I'm trying. Okay, so let's start with talking about telescopes. So the cutting edge of telescopes today is what we call 10-meter class. These are these ones down here, if I manage to point to them. And they are really kind of, when I talk about 10-meter telescopes, I mean the diameter of the primary mirror. The mirror is basically like a big light bucket. The light comes onto the mirror and then gets focused and recorded. Here on the top, we have the Very Large Telescope, where 4 such telescopes are working in unison. This is what it looks like inside, not at all like a telescope. I remember the first time I saw it, I thought, this doesn't look like a telescope. And below is the control room where we control the telescope from, and it looks, of course, just like an office. The European Southern Observatory is basically a membership of 16 European countries that also has as partners Chile and Australia. Chile in particular because it houses all the telescopes, because it has perhaps the best place in the world to see optical starlight. This is the high mountains known as the Andes. There are several sites here depicted on the right where there are both radio telescopes as well as optical telescopes, including the sort of 10-meter class telescope known as a Very Large Telescope. We're not very imaginative when it comes to telescope names. On the left is the headquarters of ESO, which is actually in Germany, where you really don't want to put any telescopes at all. ESO has celebrated 60 years last year, and there's a lot of discoveries that come from it, many Nobel Prize winning ones. I was just going to talk about the one I like, which is, of course, the one that got to Brian Schmidt the Nobel Prize in 2011, which was really about measuring that the universe is not slowing down or even contracting as previous theories had thought, but used supernovae to measure actual distances to faraway galaxies and figured out that the universe is actually expanding. This is so odd that it heralded the entry into physics of a new type of quantity known as dark energy. Basically, we don't know what it is, and so of course we call it dark. A discovery from ESO, actually this time very, very new, from a couple of weeks ago, was a fast radio burst from about half the age of the universe ago. So very, very far away. Radio bursts are due to probably emerging stars, but what's interesting about them, they're so bright, they can be seen so far away. And you can really probe the material that is between the fast radio burst and us. And by doing that, you actually can figure out what the universe is made of. Besides the galaxies, there's a lot of intergalactic space that we have no real idea what's in. And this is a very good way of knowing. The frontier tomorrow will be 30-meter class telescopes. Here are three artist renditions of the 3 telescopes that are in the planning. But actually, the last one on the right-hand side, the ELT, the extremely large telescope, another great name, is in construction. This is the one that will make it there first in 2028, 2029. Construction will be finished and hopefully we'll have first light. This is an ESO project. The science cases for the ELT are many. The one I selected for you today is really finding whether life is out there in the universe. We know of maybe a few dozen super Earths. These are Earth-like, just a bit more massive. And they are in the habitable zone, which means they are that distance from their mother star that allows liquid water to exist. So if you want liquid water to find life that's somewhat similar to the one we understand, that's what we're looking for. By taking spectra of this world far, far away, we may get an understanding of whether biotic life is existing in those planets. And this may well come in our lifetime, which is really exciting. Australia, as I mentioned before, is a partner of ESO. It means that it has access to ESO telescopes except for ALMA, and it doesn't have access to contracts to do with the construction of the ELT. The government funded this in 2017, and in exchange, the Australian Astronomical Observatory, which used to be in government's control, became part of universities, and actually Macquarie University has taken it on. What they do is build instruments, and this instrumentation is very key for making telescopes as big as the ELT perform and really give us all the science we want. We really want to continue having this relationship with ESO, building instruments for them and getting telescope time, something that we're working towards with government at the moment, trying to see if we could get membership in 2027 when the partnership expires. And of course, it's quite expensive, it's $500 million for a 10-year membership. Now, instrumentation is very interesting in astronomy. We're discovering today that the amazing instruments we build to detect very faint signals can actually be used in other fields. Here I have one of my favorite examples where fiber technology that is used to take spectra or pictures of many stars at the same time can be used to take any spectra of many things at the same time, such as both blowfly eggs. When you do that, you can figure out very quickly which blowflies are girls or boys, and apparently sorting these is something that can happen and can help with pest control. Astrotech translation is a very active field of research today, and this is just one of many examples. But astronomy is not just trying to translate its technology out, it also has the ability to create people with great abilities to solve today's most complicated problems. PhD level astronomers that do not continue in astronomy go usually into data science, where they have amazing opportunities, but also can really help our economy as well as help our overall goal of kind of saving the world. And so we are really, this is really a production house for the type of elite workers that are really needed today. We also, in general, do education. Most astronomers I know do in some way outreach, and we find that perhaps by heralding and harnessing all the outreach done in astronomy in the country, we may be even more helpful in trying to figure out whether we can get more STEM-ready high school leavers, something that's really problematic at the moment. So we want to be we want to continue being part of ESO, not just because astronomy has a long tradition and we're about to build a square kilometer array, half of which is built in Western Australia, and ESO is really synergistic with that telescope in order to truly do great science. We would love to continue our partnership into the next decade and become full members. We want to continue doing the great science that we have already done in the past 5 years, and we'll do in the next 5 years of the partnership. We want to be there when the ELT sees first light. There'll be a lot of low-hanging fruits, a lot of exciting science will come out in the first couple of years. We want to be doing that science. We'd like to participate in the next massive project. What is it after the ELT? And we want to eventuate the return to the nation that I very quickly discussed. So as I said, we're trying very hard to work with the government to see if there is an appetite to continue the funding and keeping astronomy at the cutting edge and getting all the societal value. Finally, astronomy is a very big broker of soft power, just like the rest of science. Astronomy is just kind of got a bit of glitter, right? It's fun. It appeals to children as well as adults alike. Here I have a bunch of examples I just got from the ESO website that show dignitaries, princes, even Brian May from Queen, visiting Paranal and talking to each other via astronomy. My favorite one is the Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Peru 4th Summit of the Pacific Alliance that used the site of the VLT with the 4 telescopes working in unison, just like the 4 countries were desiring to continue their collaboration. So this is a fantastic opportunity to really broker soft power via science and astronomy. I am done. So I am not there with you, and I apologize for that. I'm in Tasmania today, working for AAL and talking to our members there. But if you have any questions or suggestions, please reach out to me. My email is here, ursula.demarco@mq.edu.au. Thank you very much.
Well, that was great. That was a great insight about the whole amazing things that are happening with ESO and how eager the astronomy community is to get involved in that. I'd say please email Ursula if you have any questions about it. And I also love the astrotech concept of how we translate technology. That's also part of the research I do. So it's something that is actually quite close to my heart. And I would like to pivot from that eagerness to get involving into ESO as a unfortunately multi-million-dollar effort to the next speaker. So, which actually I'm quite happy to have my first real live 3D speaker. And that's actually the Nishan Chandija. Thank you again so much for making the time to come here. Chandija is actually the representative for Access. He's going to be talking about different opportunities in Horizon Europe. Yeah, good. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back at this particular venue because I remember I spoke to, I don't know how many of you were there in 2021. I spoke about something similar, but maybe today, before I begin, can we do a quick show of hands for if you are aware what Horizon Europe is? Horizon Europe. Good. No, it's good to see fair enough balance of people who know what Horizon Europe is and not. And I expect lesser of you know what Euraxis is. A show of hands on what Euraxis is. Nice. Okay, so what happened is when Angel invited me to speak about what Euraxis does in Australia and New Zealand, I thought, why not move a little bit further on what we actually do in Australia and New Zealand. So I'm Nishan Sandile. I'm the regional coordinator for Australia and New Zealand for Euraxis. And it's an initiative of the European Commission that addresses barriers to the mobility of researchers and seeks to enhance scientific collaboration between Europe and the rest of the world. I'll tell a little bit more about Euraxis, but let's begin with, let's begin very quickly with what Horizon Europe is. Okay. Maybe it has a delay. Okay. So Horizon Europe, it's the largest research and innovation framework program in the world. So I guess now I have your attention with that. It has a budget of around 95.5 billion euros for 7 years period. And of course, we keep on hearing about Horizon Europe. The previous framework program was called Horizon 2020. But this is what we are looking at in terms of structure. So it's structured into 3 parts. You don't really need to worry much about it. So pillar 1 is excellent science, which is bottom up. You can research on whatever you want to research on. Pillar 2 is on global challenges and and industrial competitiveness, which is where you form consortium and apply to any of these 6 clusters. I'm sure you are able to relate to one cluster or the other. Pillar 3, we'll not talk much on that because it's innovative Europe, so it's not really open for outside of Europe. Now, what happens is, how do you participate in Horizon Europe, the largest research and innovation framework program? There are a few ways in which we categorize participation. Either you are a EU member state, which is 27 of them, or you are an OCT, which is at the moment 13, or you could be associated to Horizon Europe. There are 17. And today's talk is where we'll discuss about how New Zealand became associated to Horizon Europe, and how about Australia? That would be the question, right? So there are 17 associated countries to Horizon Europe at the moment. And then, of course, there are non-associated third countries. Those low and middle income countries, 110 of them, are automatically eligible to receive funding, right? For them, it's not a concern if they are associated or not. Funding is not automatic for countries that are industrialized or high-income country or BRICS. This is where Australia falls under, right? So the number of opportunities that are there now for Kiwi researchers are significantly more compared to what they are for Australian researchers, right? So with that, what happened is the previous framework program was called Horizon 2020. It moved to Horizon Europe, and there was a very significant part that was introduced in Horizon Europe, the possibility of strengthening international cooperation, and this allowed association to happen. As you understand, New Zealand is far, far from Europe, right? The ability to have a non-EU neighboring country associate was on the basis that a country could have good STI capacity, would commit to a rule-based open market economy, including fair and equitable dealing with intellectual property and stuff like that. And lastly, of course, that promote policies to improve economic and social well-being. And this being said, of course, New Zealand was an ideal partner. Now, with that being said, we begin to understand how the journey of New Zealand to become associated happened. And before that, now I'll quickly come back what Euraxis is. So Euraxis is a pan-European initiative backed by the European Research Area. When I say European Research Area, it's the EU member state as well as the associated countries. So the overarching aim is, of course, enhancing scientific collaboration between Europe and rest of the world. But the idea is also to support researcher mobility and career development. Now, when we started Euraxis Australia and New Zealand in January of 2020, so we have not been here for a long time. We were, of course, followed very nearly by the pandemic. But since then, we figured out that Australia and New Zealand research landscape has been very receptive of us. We have currently around 8,300 researchers who are part of Euraxis Australia and New Zealand, which is quite a sizable number if you are looking at just the researchers number. Now, let's look at how New Zealand became associated. And this is where the whole question about what Euraxis does comes in. And this is where I come. When we started our operations in 2020, we had a very conscious effort in understanding the research landscape of New Zealand. Please bear in mind that we are looking at New Zealand as the base case scenario, and we'll try to understand what's happening in Australia. So there were 8 universities, and then there were these 7 CRIs, the Crown Research Institute, and 4 important interlocutors. In the first year, we had a concerted effort to try and establish good relation. We had the exact same thing that we had in New Zealand also in Australia, right? Now, let's move on to 2021. This is where we actually did the Horizon Europe launch. So the Horizon Europe launch event happened in August of 2021, and we had approximately 1,500 researchers join in. So it was a big event. We had a lot of interest. What happened is a lot of these researchers who came in the Horizon Europe launch also were interested in the Horizon Europe Info Days and the proposal writing camp. So we decided that we wanted to do a specific event for Australia and a specific event for New Zealand. So we had these 4 events that were follow-up to this. So these were the country-specific information. What happened is the stakeholders then in New Zealand started writing to their department, their ministry, the Royal Society, that they wanted New Zealand to get associated to Horizon Europe. As a result, New Zealand was nowhere in the picture during these conversations in 2019 or 2020 to become associated to Horizon 2020 or Horizon Europe. But in December 2021, New Zealand expressed its formal interest to join Horizon Europe. Now, in 2022, of course, in February the exploratory talks began. In April, there were the exploratory talks that concluded, and we decided why not build on this momentum and organize a roadshow in these three cities, in Wellington, in Auckland, and Christchurch, so that the research community becomes aware of what Horizon Europe is. After that, what we did was we had in December of 2022, a lot of the people, while they were in holidays, the negotiations actually concluded in Association of New Zealand to Horizon Europe program. Come 2023, that is when we received an interest from the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment in New Zealand to do again a roadshow to organize Horizon Europe learnings for New Zealand researchers. While this was happening, because the signing of the agreement had not happened, there was something called transitional arrangement between New Zealand and the European Commission, which allowed institutions from New Zealand to apply for Horizon Europe Pillar 2. And within that 3 months period, so the first calls for 2023 were having a deadline of March, right? So we had a very small amount of time to manage and bring or galvanize the research community to apply for these calls. So we decided, why not do a Horizon Europe roadshow again? So we went to 6 of these cities. I had the pleasure of speaking at full packed auditoriums like this with a lot of people. And what we realized was there was a lot of appetite in the research community. Moving on from there, what happened is on 9th of July, this is when New Zealand actually became associated to Pillar 2 of Horizon Europe. And on 13th of July, we actually did the launch event of Horizon Europe in New Zealand. So this is where it all got formalized, right? Now, if you remember that there were a few calls that were already ending in March, right? There was a transitional arrangement in place. So out of the 12 proposals that were put forward, 4 of them have become successful. Of course, they are in grant agreement phase, so I cannot speak much on this, but it's a 33% success rate, which is quite significant, right? So you see that there is a lot of things happening. So we are doing follow-ups, the proposal writing camp, which is happening next week. So we are doing a lot of work, but there are a lot of other countries which are in line. The UK is now an associated country. Canada is in formal negotiations. Republic of Korea is in formal negotiations. Japan has finished exploratory talks and are in the potential launch of formal negotiation. That brings us to the point, how about Australia? I believe I'm almost ending with my time. So I not speak much on this, but I leave you with a few slides. When you have some time, do have a look at it. But my real question, when you have some time, do have a look at these slides. Of course, this gives you an idea of what Australian participation will look like. Sorry, it does not change. Okay. My question was this one, actually. Association means that researchers and organizations can apply to Horizon Europe on similar terms as those from EU member state, which means that imagine Pillar 2 is 55 billion euros. It is open for Kiwi researchers. Shouldn't this be open to Australian researchers as well? Shouldn't Australia be associated to Horizon Europe? It's some food for thought for you. The best you can do is whenever you meet people from your ministry, from your department, tell them that you should be involved in Horizon Europe. And please understand that this has become a reality in New Zealand. So it's not something that one person's voice will not make a difference. It will always make a difference. For us, it's a no-brainer, but and our philosophy is breaking barriers to enhancing scientific collaboration, right? And that's why we come and speak at these events to let researchers know that this is something that is available for you. Why not make use of it? Thank you very much for your time.
So the answer to that is yes. But apart from that, since I don't have any power on the government here, unfortunately. So any questions? Luis?
For your presentation, I think this is absolutely relevant. It's really very shocking. What is the situation of Australia in relation to Horizon? And the answers you receive is that the Horizon is going to last 2 years. So why joining something that is just for 2 years, not being aware That is the way how the system works since over 40 years ago. And that Australia doesn't need that because you have to contribute funding and there is not enough return of investment. Those are the two major questions. I have to say that we need to do more. It's not the problem of the government not understanding it, it's how you reach the government and provide a proper type of lobbying in this. And I think that what is needed is that the group of 8 universities and the different groups of universities in Australia really are aligned with the strategy of Euro Access and the European delegation, and this is not happening. The problem is not convincing the government, is convincing the academic system in Australia that they have to tell the government to do that. Until we do not take this step, I think we will have problems as the ones that have been happening until this date, though it may change, no? Because the situation is a bit, I would say, appalling. It's the only country except for the only English-speaking country except for US who has not signed the Horizon Agreement, and there are collateral agreements with the US. So my question is how to address this in front of the academic system in Australia to make it happen.
Sure. Yes, thank you, Luis. I think all of your observations are very fair observations. And maybe very quickly before I answer that, in terms of the US collaboration on Cluster 1 Health, they have a reciprocal arrangement which allows US organizations to apply for Horizon Europe and receive EU funding. So at least there is one component there. In Australia, of course, we have the UNHMRC collaborative branch, which is very, 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 very tiny, right? So of course, we can do better in that regards. I absolutely agree when you say that the interlocutors are the ones that are lobbying. Maybe we have to align with them. Very recently, I had some interactions with the Australian Academy, and I see that they have started taking interest in this. And I think it's a right step in that regard. We have had the group of 8 and the EABC submissions always happening. So I think on that regard, maybe that is fine. I would also move to maybe universities in New Zealand. I'm in a panel on 14th of November where University of New Zealand, CSIRO, and Euraxis is going to be there. So I think that will be a good discussion and a good point where we want to explain to them why it's not just the 3 years, 2027, because generally, I mean, the framework programs are 7 years period. So we are already preparing for 2028 onwards, right? So if you are associated to one, it's very likely that you will continue associating to the another one as well. So I think it's more of a long-term goal that we have to devise. And I mean, we have had numerous conversations with Gabriel, our EU ambassador, to try and see what we can do, what we have not been doing in Australia, what we did in New Zealand. So I think we will accept a little bit of blame in that regard as well, as much as we are proud in saying that New Zealand is now associated and we take pride that we brought them. We have to take the responsibility that we were not able to bring Australia yet into the system. But yes, I think if you have, and I always go back to researchers as well, because I know a lot of you are very influential in your own domain as well. Whenever you have these meetings, do speak about these. And if you have some ideas to us as well, how we approach and how we reach your education system, we are very open to hearing from all of you in that regards.
Okay, thank you. In interest of time, I'm going to move on, but just want to transmit the message from the research community that we are here, and I think we should start talking about a combined effort here to try to promote this in a more cohesive way. So thank you very much again. So our next speaker is Dr. Craig Richmond from RMIT Europe, and unfortunately, he's not able to join live either. Nobody likes me. No, I'm kidding. So I think that you got that under control, yeah? So we're going to be hearing about RMIT Europe and the engagements and the actual different path that they have with between Australia and Spain and Europe in particular. And in fact, the word RMIT Europe was the winner of the Malaspina Award for last year, particularly because of this effort that we all appreciate, and we will find out some more about it right now. So thank you, Angel.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Craig Richmond, Research and Impact Manager from RMIT Europe. Before starting the presentation, I'd just like to extend my thanks to Angel and the organisers at SRAP for the opportunity to present today, despite not being able to be there in person or to connect remotely due to the current time differences between Barcelona and Melbourne. So what you'll have heard in the previous talk is that Australia is not at the moment an associated country for Horizon Europe. But what I'd like to show you is that there are still ways that entities in Australia and other countries outside of Europe can still find ways to take advantage of European funding and collaborate with European partners. So starting with a little bit about RMIT University itself. RMIT is an international university of technology, design and enterprise. And we've recently established a strong commitment to sustainability, and that's been reflected in our top 10 ranking within the SDG impact rankings since 2021. And also on this slide, what you'll see are the geographic locations that RMIT University has. So we have our main campuses in Melbourne and the Greater Melbourne area in Australia. We also have 2 campuses in Vietnam, in Saigon South and in Hanoi. And we have multiple partnerships around the Asia Pacific. One of particular note is our collaboration with the Singapore Institute of Management. And in Europe, we have our RMIT Europe Innovation Hub, which is where I am based, and that services the university in terms of establishing and supporting collaboration with European entities. So some of our strengths by numbers, you can see that we are a very large organisation in the sense that we have a student body of over 90,000. Our rankings take us into the top 1% of universities globally, and we perform particularly well in the areas of graduate and employment, and as I said before, the impact rankings around the SDGs as well. And some other numbers that are on the slide show the importance that we place on our partners and partnerships that we have. And you'll see that coming through in this presentation, as it's a very important aspect of our office in Barcelona to establish these collaborations through partnerships with European organisations, some through European funding, but others through other means. So university, in terms of its structure, has 4 colleges. There's a College of Science, Technology, Engineering and Medicine, College of Design and Social Context, Business and Law, and Vocational Education. Straddling all of those, we have our 8 enabling impact platforms, and they're designed to cross disciplines and cross colleges and allow for collaboration with external partners on topics of shared interest. And we also have our own innovation hubs, some like RMIT Europe that are geographically defined, and others that are more defined by their research focus or discipline. RMIT Europe is seen as the gateway for European research, industry and government and enterprise to innovation and talent in Australia and Asia through RMIT University. We have experience in coordinating the inclusion of non-European entities and projects, and that can extend from industry partners to other public entities like cities that can be primarily located in either Australia, Vietnam, China and Singapore, where we have physical presence. RMIT Europe just this year turned 10 years, so we have lengthy experience in collaborating with European partners and engaging with those partners in joint funding applications through funding programs like Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe. And in terms of partnerships, we've recently established a new strategic partnership with EURECAT, which is one of the leading technology centres in Southern Europe and where the current RMIT Europe office is hosted. In terms of the types of activity that we do with our partners and through these partnerships, they can extend from internships to research challenges, staff exchanges, and research and innovation projects. And we would do them with, for example, partners like Siemens, GPG, and Acciona. We also partner with other educational partners and industry partners to offer new educational offerings, an example of which would be the suite of new courses that we've designed and launched with the EIT Urban Mobility, and some online specialization courses with the BAU Centre of Design in Barcelona. We're also members of multiple platforms and networks. So for example, the 22@ Innovation District, Barcelona Global, the Spanish-Australian Commerce, Chamber of Commerce, and most recently the new European Bauhaus Association. And we leverage the memberships of those platforms to create new partnerships that then bring new benefit to those partners and to RMIT. So grouping our collaborations into 4 categories, we would see them as learning and development, access to talent, innovation, and collaborative research and development. And it's this last one that we'll start to look at in more detail through some of the EU-funded research projects that RMIT has been involved in. So there's a link at the top there if you want to reach out and see what the project portfolio looks like, both historically and currently. The current portfolio has around a dozen EU-funded projects, of which I've selected a few here to look at in more detail. So of those dozen, we have 4 that are coordinated or led by RMIT Europe, and they're the 4 that you see at the top of the screen here. So Aufrand, READY, Einstein, and Open InnoTrain. Those 4 projects sit within Horizon 2020 or Horizon Europe, and are of different funding types. So the top 2, Aufrand and READY, are co-fund actions, whilst Einstein is an innovative training network and Open InnoTrain is a research and innovation staff exchange. We also participate where RMIT Europe and RMIT University are partners in the consortium that is led by another European entity. In this case, PremSTEM is led by INSERM, which is the French National Institute for Medical Research. And we can see that within PremSTEM, the focus of that project is to advance stem cell therapy for preterm babies born with brain injuries. So we're really focusing on topics that are of pertinence to not just the research community, but the wider community and society in general. And in particular, beyond the excellent research that's going on in this project, it's obviously being done with really wonderful partners. And so the coordinator themselves are great, but there's also pharmaceutical companies and other organizations like the Cerebral Palsy Alliance who are involved in the project, and collaborating with them on that project is a truly wonderful experience. And another thing to note about this particular project, it's one of the few European projects that also receives financing directly from Australia. And so the National Health and Medical Research Council in Australia on an annual basis will select a number of European funding calls that they would also like to co-finance. And PremSTEM is funded through one of those calls where we receive funding to RMIT Europe for the activities that we employ in the project from the Barcelona base, but we also receive funding directly from the NHMRC for our researchers at the main university in Melbourne to undertake their research to the benefit of the project. Another example of a project is READY. And so this is one of our 2 co-fund projects. And READY in particular is a unique training program for PhDs that's offering excellent salaries, enviable international experiences, including a residential year in Melbourne, annual workshops in Barcelona, and really excellent career building opportunities through the READY Partner Network. So that network is made up of over 30 implementing partners from the academic and non-academic sector. And those partners have came together in the co-supervision of the 41 PhDs that are now currently employed through that program. And something else to note on this one is that RMIT is partnering with the academic entities in Europe to create what are classed as co-tutel degrees, where the doctoral candidates themselves enroll in a degree program at the European University and RMIT in parallel, and end up graduating with two degrees rather than one. But that's obviously a benefit to the candidate themselves, but there's also an institutional agreement required for that collaboration to happen for the project. But what we are now starting to see is that we're able to go beyond the project itself, and that now that we have those collaborations and the underlying agreements in place, that we're able to go beyond that and start to do more collaborative projects with those European partners, because we have the relationships and contracts established. And so these EU-funded projects are not the sole mode of collaboration. They're actually just the beginning of a more sustainable relationship with the partners that we've engaged through them. Alfrand is a similar, well, it's exactly the same in terms of the funding call. So it's also a Marie Curie co-fund, but there are a couple of differences between Alfrand and Ready. And so Alfrand is also a PhD training program, but this time, rather than focusing on a collaboration that's between European partners in general and RMIT, we've narrowed the European side to focus on purely French partners and extended the Australian side to involve more Australian entities rather than just RMIT alone. And in fact, Monash, the host of this SRAP event, is actually one of those 15 Australian partners that's involved in the Alfrand program. And so what I would like to show you is now an opportunity that's hopefully of relevance to many of you today, and that is a current proposal that we're putting together. So it's Auspire, the Australia-Spain Network for Innovative Research Excellence, and we're proposing an ambitious program that will hopefully produce a new crop of researchers that are capable of tackling global challenges through interdisciplinary training and research projects spanning borders and sectors via the collaboration between industry, academia, government and society in Spain and Australia. And so it's again a project or proposal to be led by RMIT Europe. It's to be submitted to the MSCA co-fund call closing in February 2024. And what we're looking to do is to leverage the Marie Curie brand to attract top international talent through the international recruitment of 30 postdoctoral researchers who would be co-supervised by individuals at academic and industry partners. As the title of the call suggests, it's a co-fund and therefore requires co-funding. So the typical funding rate from the European Union is around 50%, with the other 50% of the costs due to be covered by the partners. And so this call to interest around this particular proposal would involve an investment of around 20,000 per year per researcher. And so if you'd be interested in that, then you can reach out to us. And in fact, that takes me to the end of the presentation. So if you've got any questions or comments on what you've heard from me today, then despite not me being able to be there to answer them immediately, if you get in touch with us through either of our email accounts, I'd be more than happy to get back to you. So thank you very much for your attention and enjoy the rest of the session. Bye-bye.
Fantastic to see what RMIT Europe is actually doing. It's an amazing example. So that actually brings us to the part of the session, which will have a panel. I would like to call in the panel and the members. And please come down here. And also, I'm going to introduce the chair of the panel, will be His Excellency Rebecca Guinea, the Spanish General Consul. How are you? So, pass the microphone to you.
Okay, perfect. Do you hear me? Yes? Okay, let's go. Let's sit down. Hello, everybody. Hello. Well, very good afternoon. It's a pleasure to have you all here. First of all, I would like to give a warm welcome to the audience, both here at the university, at the Macquarie University, and also all those who are remotely connected and following this last panel of the day, which is actually entitled Connecting Academia, Industry, and Diplomacy, which is actually talking about this virtuous triangle, which is connecting universities and research centers, private sector, and public sector. And well, I would like to talk about this connection, but in a very specific area, because we are here in the 9th forum, research forum of SRAP. So I think we have to talk about this connection very closely related to scientific research and technological innovation. And for that, we have 4 people, which I admire very much. It's really a great pleasure to have you here. These 4 panelists, I would like to briefly introduce you very fast because all of your CVs are actually at the SRAP web. So it will be very fast, but I really would like to mention what you do here in Australia. Starting with Silvia Fernandez. Hello, Silvia. A pleasure to see you today. Well, Silvia is the president of La Cámara, which is actually the Spanish-Australian Chamber of Commerce. It was established in 2011, and now the Chamber, La Cámara, counts with more than 70 Spanish companies active in Australia. You are as well a very successful lawyer and a partner of Thompson and Gear Lawyers. Welcome, Silvia.
Thank you.
On the other hand, we have Coral Martinez. Coral is the director of the Cervantes Institute. Cervantes Institute, I don't know if you know it, but it's one of our main institutions, depending on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And it's actually entitled to promote Spanish and Hispanics culture as well around the world, with 80 offices and working in 45 countries. But you are also, Coral, a civil servant, and you have been working for the Spanish public sector for more than 15 years. So welcome, Coral. We have, on the other hand, our professor, Luis Salvador. Welcome, Luis. It's a great pleasure to have you here as well. And well, you are like, well, so many things, you know, that it's difficult to keep track. You have an MD, PhD, honorary professor as well at the Australian National University in Canberra. You're working right now at the National Centre for Epidemiology and Population Health. You have been working both in Australia and in Spain and focusing mainly in this great challenge of modern society, which is mental health. You're also a member of SRAP, so you are today at home. Welcome, Luis. And finally, last but not least, we have Enrique Blanco. Enrique Blanco is the managing director for Ferrovial Construction Australia since 2011. You have been actually working in the UK, in Spain, in Australia, in several civil engineering projects of construction all over all these countries. And well, for all of those who doesn't know Ferrovial, Ferrovial is one of our largest Spanish construction companies. It was actually created, I think, around the 50s, but now it's one of our most diversified and internationalized companies in the world. So, bienvenido, Enrique. It's a great pleasure to have you here. And starting with the panel, I would like to make a few questions to our panelists regarding this triangle between public sector, private sector, and academia in regarding to scientific research and technological innovation. So, Coral, why do you think it's so important, you know, that the public sector is aware of the necessity of creating this important triangle?
Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for this wonderful presentation and to have Instituto Cervantes once again here as part of the staff. Thank you, Consulate General, for this presentation and for being part of this roundtable. There's no doubt that this is a priority because especially it's been going on for years, and because of course of all the presentations that we've just heard. So it's not something new. That and it's been actually studied theoretically. There's the triple helix model. We analyzed it last year, which I was also part of this presentation, the 8th photo of SRAP. So once again, thank you for having us here. So the triple helix model it talks about the synergies with government, university, and industry. So it's not only theoretical, but it's also practical. Industries have in general, their own goals in a competitive world to make a profit in general. Ideal government in general have their goals to make sure that they put or see through public assets. And universities long ago had their heads in the stars, if you don't mind me saying. But it has been long overdue that universities have to or should collaborate with industries, because this alliance makes sure that they're goal-oriented, oriented as into solving problems. What does the industry need? Let's look at academia, how we can solve it. And when the government comes in this triple helix model, it's a strategic orientation that adds to the sum up of solving. So what is the orientation? What is the strategic orientation of the government? Maybe we have a problem with, or we should handle AI. Well, or we should handle problems in chain disruption. So we should avoid that. Or of course, engineering. We need bridges, we need tunnels. How can we make sure that that strategic oriented goal of the government is seen through by the academia and the universities? So in my experience as the director of Cervantes, but not only in Instituto Cervantes, which we aim to put through these goals, not only by government and industry and university. In this case, for instance, as part of the project that we've seen through with SRAP under the titles of Building Bridges amongst Spanish in Australian universities, which has been a breakthrough because we try to focus on that talent-oriented goal. So what does the government need? We need engineers. What type of engineers? Let's ask the university. What type of problem solutions do we need? Let's talk about industry. So with all these models that we're seeing through, along with SRAP and Instituto Cervantes, we've managed to sit on the same table, industry, academia, government, or diplomacy, and we've managed to try to make sure that these conversations are fruitful and they see a problems-oriented discussion, and that these problem-oriented discussion are also strategic for the government. So I'm pretty sure that what I've seen up till now is very fruitful, but I'm more than even sure that it will be even more fruitful in the years to come.
Thank you, Coral. Yes, it looks so obvious that we have to work hand in hand, but actually it's something that has not happened. Well, it's something quite recent, actually. We have put the emphasis in this triangle, maybe for the last 10 years. No, we have been actively talking about this, no, and looking forward to promote that. But yes, it's so obvious, and there is so much still to do. Silvia, as head of La Cámara and having this global overview about what's happening with the Spanish companies here in Australia, I would like to ask you, do you really think there is a serious consciousness among the private Spanish sector here in Australia about the need of working towards this collaboration between the three sectors?
Thank you, Consul, and it's a pleasure to be here with you, and I acknowledge all of our distinguished guests, and also thank you to Angel and SRAP and the sponsors. It's a great opportunity to be able to come and talk to you from the perspective of business. And as you know, the Spanish Chamber of Commerce in Australia is part of a very strong web of Spanish chambers around the world outside of Spain. So we speak together as one all around the world. From the perspective of the Spanish Australian Chamber of Commerce that I represent, to my observation, there's a very high degree of awareness of the importance of collaboration between science, technology, and the private sector. It's a very fertile observation that even just simply looking at your program for this wonderful forum, that there are 4 members of the Spanish Chamber who've actively participating in your event and also in relation to exercises with the universities. They are Ferrovial, Indra, Navantia and TIPSA, and I congratulate all of them. My experience is that there is a great depth of understanding among the members of the Chamber, both of the importance of potentially realising commercial value in bringing together experience and research, and also the competitive edge that it can give in trying to win work and deliver projects efficiently. Over the years, I've received a lot of feedback as the president of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce regarding the innovation of Spanish companies working in Australia, bringing their global knowledge to the table and their openness to economic partnerships between industry and academia to accelerate innovation and to give everyone a commercial advantage. An example of this creative thinking is the idea of one of our members, an infrastructure company which will remain nameless for today, that had been retained by the New South Wales government to work on some upgrades of some remote sections of the Pacific Highway. Instead of clogging up the roads with hundreds of cement trucks transporting cement to the site, with the consequential costs and disadvantages associated with that course, the Spanish company built a concrete facility at the site, manufacturing the concrete there and there where the project was. This led to a range of very obvious efficiencies, but no one had apparently done that before. This kind of creative thinking is enriched by the innovative environment in which the Spanish companies are very much engaged, and highlights the need for innovation in the construction industry, but it's a very live example.
Thank you, Celia. Crystal clear. Enrique, being managing director of Ferrovial, which is actually, I think, one of our most innovative, companies around the world, the company actually becomes an ambassador of the so-called Spanish brand, which is a great responsibility. And of course, being an ambassador, you have to deal not only with scientific diplomacy, which is creating the bonds and the relations to promote innovation, but also you have to push forward technological diplomacy, which is a completely new way of diplomacy, which has recently appeared by all the technological, developments that we are witnessing, and which is actually super important for regulating and governing the new technologies and mainly artificial intelligence. So my question, how are you dealing with these 2 different forms of diplomacy? And do you really think that the companies have to invest, to promote this diplomacy, not only among the private sector, but also with academia and with the public sector? Enrique?
Okay, well, thank you for the introduction, Consul, and thanks, Angel, for giving us the opportunity to be here to represent Ferrovial in this forum. So, I would like to start with just making a comment about the conversation between academia and the private sector, and please don't scare the private sector with your complex language. So if you want to bring the language, the private sector along, private sector needs to be comfortable and knowing that there is something behind. So, and I will mention an example of how we are being brave and we are fostering this collaboration, but it would be at the end. So regarding to your question, the private sector, what we look is at the value chain and how value is generated through the different stages. So how we create value, so value is created in 4 stages. So the first stage is the data and data analysis. So we gather data and we understand what is the environment that we are moving. The second stage has to do with design, how we design products. So there are 2 ways of facing the design, just by using design and in an innovative way, but also challenging the standards and using different ways of approaching the same type of regulations. The third stage has to do with building the product, so manufacturing the product, and until well, that has to do a little bit with the advantage that different companies have, and then the 4th stage is the product itself. So in these 4 stages, traditionally companies we have been putting the innovation piece always in a very clear stage, which is just having the best product possible. So, and this is where traditionally all the innovation and has been put forward, but things have changed, and we are moving into a more sophisticated world. So, as I said, traditionally, all the effort is put towards the product, and in the product is where the collaboration with academy is really important. So all the research happens in the academy, it doesn't happen in the private sector. So that has been a very clear avenue for collaboration. The second or the third, one step backwards, that has to do with the production, the construction of the product. So that's the competitive advantage. So any company, it wants to become competitive and not compete only on price, needs to develop methods. And these methods is, at the end of the day, the intellectual property of the company. So there is a very clear investment on the academy to come up with the best solutions in order to become more advantageous, competitively speaking. So, but now we are with this, the boom that we are seeing lately has to do with how data, which is the first stage of creating value, is the approach that we see there is where we see that innovation has a very important role. Construction is a very old-fashioned industry, so we don't do very sophisticated things. Yes, we dig holes in the ground using certain technology, but it's very, very old-fashioned industry. So, but the way that we start looking at this, but gathering data is completely new for us. So, one of the presentations I've seen that the way that data is measured is in petabytes. Once in construction, we use gigabytes, now terabytes. So just to give you an example, for us, it's a problem. We don't know what to do. And we are currently hiring a space in different clouds, in different suppliers. And what we've got is a problem because it costs a lot of money. So I guess that's an space. So we see that this is a very clear example of how innovation have moved from the traditional areas where we used to focus to new areas of collaboration that I think are going to be definitely the key. So just to finalize the sample I was going to refer before is in this, let's say, complex conversation with academia. This year, we are going to host a researcher from Macquarie Uni that is going to help us to develop a data model. Why? Because we need to bring people from other industries, but also people that know more than particular segment. We don't know. It's going to be kind of an experiment. We don't know what's going to come up out of this, but we are, which is, let's say, the first time we approach academia in such a way that we don't know what we are going to get out of this, and it's not being focused on the product, which at the end of the day is the focus where we have been traditionally putting on.
Thank you very much, Enrique. Actually, yes, I do agree with you that things are changing very fast, so fast that sometimes you are unable to follow. So that's so important to walk hand in hand. What one doesn't know, maybe the other knows. So it's very important to create this collaboration at any state. Professor Luis, the trickiest question for you. Look, I have been very, very interested in knowing your opinion, because I have seen that you have worked both very much in Spain and in Australia, always very closely related to academia, but also to the public service, to the public sector. And I would like that you tell us about the different approaches between Australia and Spain, not which one is better, only the different approaches between how Australia and how Spain approach or face this challenging triangulation between the three sectors we are mentioning. Can you do that for us?
Yeah, thank you. I see ourselves, the scientists and researchers working in Australia from Spain, like a translator, like the bridgers that are able to connect to completely different worlds. And really, they are different, particularly in academia. And when you look at the characteristics of universities in Spain, they have a set of standards that are common, very similar. Here, every university is completely different, was born in a different way, has different relationships with companies, with industry, different financing mechanisms. And just connecting Spanish companies that are used not to work with universities, with universities, because they see university as a hopeless place where things are so slow, language is so different, things work in a completely different world. So you end up by developing your own research system outside the academia. You arrive to Australia and you see that for every topic that it's important, you will watch TV and you will see an academic talking about that. So just if you have been here for a long time, you will realize that there is a question on climate change, a question on the last cyclone, whatever. You will always find an academic talking about this. This would never happen in our country, in Spain. And that gives an idea of a culture that values what we are providing in academia. And for Spanish companies that arrive for the first time to Australia, is not the case of your company or others, it's a cultural shock, I am sure. And I think that when I look at the history of AFRAN, the French Association, or the people working with Germany, and our case, it has taken longer for us to get these proper connections that now are absolutely fantastic with industry in relation to what was already happening with French companies 8 years ago. So the value of the people that are here as people who know their own universities, how to deal with University of Sydney, with ANU, with University of Canberra, how you can develop projects together and how important it is to run these projects here. It's an added value that I hope the companies will take into account. On the other hand, our way of diplomacy or policy in science is having a look in Spain. I think that the value of expats, scientific expats outside may contribute hugely to change the relationship between companies and academia also in Spain, and to change the system that we have in academia in Spain. In this context, the work we are doing together with the Cervantes Institute on this program that Coral mentioned, I think it's critical, and this bridging has to happen. And what can happen here would be fundamental in the next 5 years to develop experiences that can be applied also in Spain.
Thank you so much, Professor. I think this has very much to do as well, taking into account that Australia, modern Australia, it's a very new country, no? So everything is to be done. So they take this advantage of inventing from scratch. We have a long way, a long history, and we sometimes still get hold on it, no? I think this is very much sometimes what happens. Well, to finish, because we only have 35 minutes, I think we are nearly there. I would like to throw a question in the wind. Let's see who wants to answer it, you know. I would like very much to ask you something, the four of you, and it's also something that I'm always thinking about. When you talk about connection, you have to talk about talking and connecting and communicating. When you talk about communicating, you talk about language. What's happening with the Spanish language? It's almost 500 million people who speak Spanish, but we haven't managed to make the Spanish language as a language which is a reference, you know, in scientific research and technological innovation. What can we do? Where have we put our strength, you know, so that actually the Spanish language can find its place in such an important area, no? Which is science and technology. I don't know who wants to start. And
first thing, they could give us at least 4 more people in Instituto Cervantes, and I'm sure we can do so much more. Hopefully this will go back to headquarters and Madrid will give us, no, yes, definitely. It's very important for people to communicate, and to be able to communicate, we have to talk the same language. There's no doubt that English is the most important language is scientific talks, but the ministry, and this is talking about diplomacy, about government, and about strategic solving. The Minister for Science signed an agreement with the CEO of Instituto Cervantes saying, look, we have to make sure that Spanish is also being dealt with in a scientific, for the scientific papers and for promotions, but it's also about industry. What language do you speak when you're talking with your partners in other countries? It's quite obvious that, of course, English is important, but it's also important to be able to speak in the language that your partners are speaking. And there are 22 countries that have Spanish as their mother tongue. Instituto Cervantes has grown most significantly in Australia, even though we are one of the furthest Instituto Cervantes around the world. We're in more than 45 countries, as the Consulate General said, but we have still much more to do. That is quite common in countries that have English as their mother language. With English, you can do everything, or said in another way, you can do mostly nothing if you do not know English. I'm not speaking only about business. I'm also speaking about children in school. I'm also speaking about social relations. You can only have those connections if you speak English, but it is also truly important to be able to communicate to partners in our connected world in every language possible. And as I said before, there are 22 countries that have Spanish as their mother tongue. We're a non-for-profit. We're here to help. We're here also to give Spanish, not only to give out Spanish classes, but also to ensure that there are Spanish teachers. And it's not only about language, it's about culture. And it's not only about knowing Spanish or Hispanic culture, but it's also about learning the culture where you're at. So it's not about me talking about Spain. It's about me talking about where we can build bridges from where we are here in Australia, and also Instituto Cervantes works in New Zealand. So it's about broadening our minds and giving as much opportunities as possible. And that also is part of knowing the culture of where you're at, Australia and in New Zealand. It's about showing the Hispanic culture. That is what we're in charge of. And it's about the possibility of speaking English. We also give out English classes for people that come to this country without knowing much English, and also about giving Spanish classes and making sure there's enough teachers with an appropriate knowledge of how being teachers here. So that's our work, and we're a non-for-profit. So we're here to help. Anything that we might help, just please contact us. Thank you.
Please.
If I may add, this is a personal experience. The work we do as SRAP has a major commitment on mobility, on bringing researchers, Spanish researchers here, on also bringing top leaders in different areas to the Cátedra Cervantes program. And what is happening in my center at the Health Research Institute at the University of Canberra is that we have 2 researchers that are here that came from Spain. We have 1 researcher in Spain from our unit, and we have 2 people that have registered in the Cervantes Institute to learn Spanish and to go to Spain to work with our colleagues there. I think this is a very clear experience of how we can promote the Spanish in science by just increasing this capacity of mobility that would not happen if we don't have the help of companies. So this is happening, and I hope that there will be more of my people registering in Cervantes, because we are speaking Spanish in my center now.
Okay, well, first, public thanks to Coral, the director of the Instituto Cervantes, for all the support that we are receiving for creating these things, as well for SRAP. Okay, so but it's a question for Coral, maybe for Luis as well. So the scenario regarding to artificial intelligence in relation with the language and for connecting world could be in 3 years, we will have automatic translation in Teams, Skype, all that kind of things. So I cannot agree more what you was talking about, and I think that the connection should be mostly face-to-face with the mother languages and if possible, of course. But how do you see that invasion that could happen probably in 2 years of all the communications with artificial intelligence doing the work of the translators, the people that are working in dubbing, that kind of things, and maybe it could. You know.
We talked about one of the about artificial intelligence and how we have to adapt our way of working, our way of thinking, our way of socializing to work wise and with machines. But we've all gone through COVID, and we all know what it is to have nonstop Zoom meetings or Teams meetings. How will it? I am pretty sure what as well Enrique said, we have to adapt to where we are at, and we will be at that place in we're already there. So there will be automatic translations. There will be automatic you talk to me in Chinese, I understand in Spanish or whatever language. But there will always be people behind that. There will always be the need of communication, the need of industry and diplomacy, or industry and academia to connect. And machines can do up to so much. People have to communicate, and there's so much more that we have achieved after COVID. I'm just talking about COVID because it was an online relation 100%, and everything was okay, bearing in mind that was the only way that we could communicate, but we're people at the end, and we have to communicate. The more fluently we can communicate, the easier we can give out our messages. I'll just put a funny example. European Union. There's 7 European institutions. There was a lot of competition to get to high posts, to get bids. I was part of a public program. It was called Pilot Project. So it was kind of like, we need a solution. Let's try and see what's happening here. So it's kind of like what you said before. We always said that those that spoke English as their mother tongue got the bids. And I say, why? And because they could communicate themselves better. And that was the official language. So the Spaniards and the Italians and the Portuguese was like, oh, we want that too. And our idea is much better, blah, 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 whatever. Competitive world. Their funds were limited. But we always said, look, the English got it because they are much fluent, of course, in their mother tongue. What I'm trying to say is, there will always be a need to communicate. There will always be a person behind an idea, behind a project, person or people, plural, and there will always be the need to communicate. And it goes without saying that the more fluent you are in that certain language that you're communicating, the better you can translate your ideas, and the better you will be able to have those access to that public bid or private finance and so on and so forth. So we're going to have to adapt rapidly because the future is now. But the more fluently you can do it, I'm sure you will get more bids. So go for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, artificial intelligence, it's about intelligence, but human beings, we have both intelligence and consciousness. And this is something that's private from us, no? And we should keep it and take care of it very much, no? Because it's our asset at the end of the day. Well, we're finishing. Thank you so much to the 4 of you of being here today, of actually such interesting interventions. And thank you to all of you for following and supporting. Till next time.
Okay, thank you, everybody. That was a very interesting panel. Really enjoyed that very much. Bit short, like all the panels we were engaging, but I just want to go to the last talk today. Hopefully, it's bright and early in the morning, and I'm not sure it. Hector is. Are you in here? Yeah. Hi, Hector. Can you hear
Yes. Yes, I am here.
Fantastic. I'm going to introduce you, and then I'll let you have the room. Okay. So
Thank you.
thank you very much for waking up early. And I just want to introduce Professor Hector Socas Navarro for the Institute of Astrophysica de Canarias. And he's going to be talking about a very interesting thing, which is actually an Earth connected to the universe. So I'm looking very much forward to that talk to see what is the angle that you are giving to the context of this forum, the Connected World Forum. So thank you very much, Hector, and then the room is yours.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure and an honor for me to be in this forum. And yes, I wanted to give a perspective of how our world and our global society is increasingly connected to the universe, and how we have more and more global global challenges. I don't want to focus this just in poetic terms, which is also a good way to see it, but I wanted to focus more on the actually the issues, the problems, the challenges that we are going to have, that we are starting to have, and that are increasingly important, pressing issues for our, like I say, our global society. I think that's the main message that I would like to send here. Let me share my screen. I hope you can all see it now. And okay, so whether we are aware of it or not, what we call the world is actually a huge spaceship. We are traveling through the universe in this generation mothership. And we, right now as we speak, we are moving around the sun at nearly 30 kilometers per second. That's over 100,000 kilometers per hour, or 67,000 miles per hour. That's very, very fast. Over the time that I'll be speaking today, we are going to travel a distance of roughly 27,000 kilometers, over 17,000 miles. And we're moving, this is our spaceship, and we're moving around the galaxy at nearly 10 times that speed, and through the universe at an even faster speed of 600 kilometers per second. So we're not just citizens of this world, we are passengers and crew in a journey through the universe. And we better take care of our ship, because that's all we have, and we don't have much control over where we're heading, what we are doing, but we are in this journey, and we are starting to become aware of it. Of course, in the past we didn't know this, but now we do. And I think the main message I want to send is that we have. I don't want to say the word evolve, because that involves a biological change, but culturally, intellectually, and scientifically, we have transcended the realm of Homo sapiens. We are now a planetary species. We are Homo mundis. And I mean planetary species not in the sense that of global coverage. There are many animals that live all over the world, but in the sense that we have a global impact. Our actions can impact the world that we inhabit globally, and we have the capability to understand these changes and to take to use our intelligence to take proper actions to go in the direction that we want to go. So we have the possibility. We are aware of the changes that we are doing on this planet, and from that perspective, that's what I mean by being a planetary species. And as a planetary species, we've been living with a political structure that is based on nations, and that has worked well through history because nations were large and mostly independent from one another, other than having trade interactions or sometimes conflicts. But overall, nations could serve their purpose as their ultimate political structure. But I think that structure is now obsolete. Our world is so interconnected that we need some form of planetary governance. Nations are not enough to respond to the challenges that we are facing. And for that, I would like to discuss very briefly just a few of them. I'm not saying that we need to get rid of nations altogether. Of course, you need to have a hierarchy of administration, but on top of all that, we need some sort of a global form of decision making that can deal with all these challenges. Let me start with pandemics. We have the recent experience of COVID-19. Of course, pandemics are not something new. They've been with us through history, but the difference is that now our world is so tightly connected that it's much easier for germs to spread all over the world. Virus and bacteria, they don't know about borders, they don't know about nationalities, they just travel freely all over the world. This animation here just shows the air traffic through the world on any given day. And what we saw with the COVID pandemics is that it's very inefficient to address this problem when each country is taking its own measures and doing its own things. You cannot isolate yourself from the pandemic by closing borders, for instance. This was tried many times. Countries tried to close their borders, hoping that they could sort of fence off the virus. That doesn't work. They spread globally. Also, now we have technological solutions in the form of vaccines and some other form of technology that we can develop. And how we administer these solutions also has to be viewed globally. You have to optimize the use of these technological tools that we have in order to fight the disease or to attain the goal that you are seeking. It's not enough if a nation just goes ahead and produces its own vaccines and administers them to their population, because sometimes that's not the optimal way of using the resources that you have, using the vaccine units that you have. So you need to have a global thinking in order to address this problem. Another, of course, very serious problem that we are facing is global warming. And again, this is a global problem. It doesn't matter if your country does not pollute, if the other country is polluting a lot. And of course, you cannot blame the other country for polluting if they are polluting the atmosphere, because their industry is producing the goods that you're demanding. So we live in a connected world of supply and demand, and we have a connected atmosphere. The atmosphere doesn't see borders at all. So again, this is a problem that is a global problem and needs to be addressed globally. We have not only the direct consequences of the climate change, but we also have the indirect consequences that come with that in terms of displaced populations because of changes in agricultural and livestock availability of land for these purposes. So because of these changes, this is going to generate displaced populations, and we have seen how that tends to create conflicts. So we need to address also this problem in a global way, and also think about how we can solve the issue in the long term, not just mitigate it by expanding the use of renewable energies and by investing very heavily in the development of the next generation energy, which is the nuclear fusion energy. And that involves still a lot of research and a lot of funding. And we need to work on that. I used to refer to fusion energy as the global warming vaccine, just as we did with the COVID pandemic, that we invested heavily. We put lots of resources and talent behind the development of these vaccines. In a similar way, we need to do something like this to develop the fusion energy. The night sky, I want to bring up this issue here also, because this is about preservation of global heritage. Each country has its own historic or cultural heritage, and we all understand the importance of that. But there's also global heritage that doesn't belong to any given nation, and so it's going unprotected, and nobody seems to care about it. And a very important one is the night sky. This is a cultural heritage that we share globally, because we all see the same stars and the same constellation, but not only it's shared not only in space but also in time, because we are seeing the same sky that our ancestors saw centuries and thousands of years ago, and the sky was very important for these past cultures, not only because of their mythology. They had their gods, their heroes in the sky, and their stories in the sky, but also because it was a very practical problem for them. The sky helped them keep track of their calendar and determine very important day-to-day issues, such as when to sow, when to harvest, and so when we study these cultures, we learn a lot about them by their relationship with the sky, and that heritage is being compromised by the increasing amount of light pollution and satellite constellations. And I'm not saying we don't need to have that. I'm not against development, and I understand that people need these services, but there should be some form of regulation. Maybe I would like to have a house on the beach, but I'm not allowed to build on the beach, right? We have some rules about what can be done and what cannot be done. And at this point, we don't have a way to sort of develop these rules, develop this legal framework, and enforce it at a global scale. We only have individual nations with that capability, but nations don't have jurisdiction over these global issues, such as the night sky. So to me, this is something that we need to do something about. And then there's issues that okay, I don't want to scare you. You probably all know this story, but 16 million years ago, the world changed dramatically. All of a sudden, one day, without any previous warning, there was a huge blast. A large piece of rock from the space fell on the Atlantic Ocean in the coast of Mexico. And it created a huge blast that, as I'm saying, it changed the world. It created tsunamis worldwide, moving inland hundreds of kilometers, rains of molten rock and lava, wildfires all over the world. This is very recent. A paper from this was published on Tuesday that details some of the climate change that were associated with that event. There was a cooling, a global cooling of 15 degrees worldwide. Photosynthesis shut down for 2 years. So basically all the plants on this planet died for 2 years until they re-emerged from seeds and spores. Pretty much most animals died. And this was a consequence of a meteorite impact. So nothing as dramatic has happened ever since, but we've had other warnings too. In 2013, near the city of Chelyabinsk, there was an impact that produced thousands of wounded people. The blast energy was 500 kilotons, which is 20 times more than the Hiroshima atomic bomb. 2018, over the Sea of Bering, again, another impact, 180 kilotons. This didn't cause any damage because there was no population nearby. And of course, the Tunguska event is one of the most emblematic impacts in recent history. It occurred in 1908, and thankfully, it happened in the middle of Siberia, in a very isolated, remote region, so it didn't cause any dramatic effects. But today, an impact like Tunguska, if we're unlucky, could cause millions of dead people. And the reason I'm telling all this is not to scare you, but to tell you that now we're starting to have technologies to prevent these things from happening. Just last year, we tested the first mission to deflect an asteroid, and it was successful. It was just a small nudge, just a little tiny deflection of an asteroid. So we are starting to have the capabilities to prevent this. But who should be calling the shots? Who should be doing this? Because let me put an example. It's a particularly evil scenario. Let's suppose that at some point we have a clear prediction that there's going to be a large impact in the Northern Atlantic, in this region here, and we have the capability of deflecting this asteroid. Now, how are we going to do this? Because obviously we want to do it in a way that we will deflect it and it will miss the Earth and it will not impact the Earth at all. But there's always the risk that it will not work properly. So I'm guessing that all the people living here in America, in all the American continent, they will want to push the asteroid to the east, just in case if it doesn't work properly, at least you move it away from their nations. Whereas people here in Europe and in Africa, they will want to push this piece of rock to the west, so that if things failed, at least it goes in the opposite direction. So there's going to be a fight here. What do we do? I'm sure that scientifically there's going to be an optimal solution, but somebody should be making that decision. Do we push it to the east or to the west? Somebody has to see this from a global perspective and not just have an individual nation. It could even happen. I mean, it will be really, really crazy, but given the human history, I wouldn't even rule out the possibility that people here will try to push it one way and people here will try to push it the other way. We humans have proven to be stupid enough to do stuff like this in the past. Hopefully not anymore. Anyway, I'm running late, so I think I'll leave it here. There's also the issue of using resources from asteroids. The Psyche mission just took off a couple of weeks ago. The issue of should we try to contact other civilizations in space? Are there risks about doing that? We are now, and anybody who has a radio telescope, and there's many radio telescopes in Australia, anybody can send a message out there to the universe. We're working on a project to send a probe with a light sail to the nearest star, Alpha Centauri, and this will have a laser array so powerful that when this is activated, it will send a laser beam that can be visible throughout the galaxy in the line of sight. So we are doing these things. Is this something we want to do? Because it's controversial. Some people think we should not try to contact aliens at all. So, and I haven't even discussed the ethical issues here, like gene editing and other ethical issues related to scientific research, that you can ban it in one nation, but what if some other nation is doing it? So we need some form of global governance, some call of, we need to know who speaks for Earth, okay? And we all speak for Earth, of course, but we need to have some formal way of doing that. Thank you very much, and sorry for being a little late.
Thank you, Hector. That was terrific. I'm a bit puzzled now. I don't know, between trying to shoot the rock for each other in the wall and shooting laser to aliens. I don't know which one to take. So I'm going to open the floor for questions. So that was a very interesting talk, a very amazing angle. So any questions? Where the rock is going to go, right? Yeah. On the side. Yeah.
Hello. Hi, Hector. Thank you for the presentation. Just got a question, and apologize in advance if I'm assuming things from your speech. Just correct me if I'm wrong. The way that I understood what you said is that you have sort of proposed, envisioning sort of kind of scientific body that will be able to be independent from nations or governments in general, to be able to make informed decisions, to be able to look after the overall well-being of the world in events like this one. So if that's sort of what you are proposing, how can you be sure that those people forming that body are going to come to a solution that is actually fully independent and objective, where we are at the end of the day dealing with just with the entitlement of the human behavior at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, I'm not suggesting that it has to be a scientific organization or panel or anything like that. It has to be a human form of governance, and I don't know how that should be implemented. I think the way I see it, we need to have some planetary form of governance that will represent us all. That doesn't necessarily have to be a scientific governance, although many of the issues that this government will have to deal with obviously are very much related to science. But no, it has to be sort of, we as a global society, as humans, we need to have some form of planetary scale decision making. Something maybe like the United Nations, but something where we can all feel represented, which I know is not necessarily the case with the United Nations because of the way it works, and I understand that not everybody feels represented by this organization. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this should be implemented, and it's a difficult question. I guess you will want something to be as democratic as possible, but then yes, you risk because we have our planet, because of our history is structured in these in nations and cultures. So there's a risk of biasing decisions by nations that are more heavily populated and neglecting the interests of nations that are less populated. So yeah, I don't know how that should be done. It's I don't know anything about politics, but we need to start thinking about this.
Thank you very much, Hector. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that the rock will hit us before we can set up the first Zoom meeting. But by allegations, anybody from the UN want to actually mention anything about it? So, sorry, Hector, we have to.
Not only regarding the United Nations, it's not only the whether everyone feels represented by it or not. It's also the issue of being able to enforce these measures, which is usually the problem with United Nations, because how you enforce things, it's usually national governments that have the power to enforce measures. Usually we have a lot of UN resolutions that do not get implemented because we just don't have the means for that. So not only we need the governance, but we also need the ways to make sure that whatever decisions are made can be also implemented in practice. And that, you know, I don't want to bring up the issue of having police and armies and things like that, because you don't want to get to that point, but yeah, but somehow the power to actually enforce legislation ultimately lies down on nations, and I think that's a problem with our current society.
Thank you, Hector. Just for your knowledge, because I'm not sure you know, that we have here a couple of members from the UN Information Center, and Damian is going to comment on that quickly.
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Hector. We will try to sleep tonight after your presentation. But I mean, I do lots of lectures in universities, and actually at the end of the presentation about the UN and the reform of the UN, the question is also always about the Security Council and the veto power, and why in the Security Council some countries that are very important now are not represented, while countries that were important in 1945 are in the Security Council and have veto. The problem is that those that have veto need not to use the veto to reform the Charter of the United Nations. So it's kind of a difficult situation. However, there are a lot of signs of optimism. For example, the other day, the president of the the United States, Biden, said openly, for the first time ever, a president of a member of a P5, the permanent members of the Security Council, talked about the reform of the UN in the General Assembly, which I think it's a big step. Next, in about a year, in September next year, there will be the Conference of the Future. I know UN conferences are not always the most encouraging circumstances to believe, but I think for the first time there is targeting artificial intelligence, its effects, global governance. So I think whatever you're saying, I think it's in the mind of many people. For example, you mentioned before the Treaty on the Outer Space. That was a big, big step forward. And I think, just to finish, one of the good lessons of the COVID-19 pandemic has been precisely, I think, a certain acknowledgement that some problems either we work them together or we will fail. So I think this has taught us good lessons that maybe we will be able to extract some conclusions out of it. I'm sorry if I didn't have the answers, but at least I tried to say, to send a little bit of hope, as we said this morning.
Okay, thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, we have to move, but I really hope that we don't need to get to that scenario because I don't have a lot of hope on it. But anyway, with the further ado, I would like to actually call His Excellency Rebecca Aguinea to make the concluding remarks from the forum. And thank you so much, Hector, for waking up and being part of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I will be very brief because I know it has been quite long. Well, I don't want to highlight some idea you have this ninth trade Australia Trade Forum is actually based on how to connect the world and analyzing the connection of taking place around the world. I think the big challenge, is more than making the world, understanding of what's happening, things are changing very, very fast. So fast that we have to understand what's happening. A new global order is. So I think here key challenges for two us will change for each type of problem to try to understand what is going on. Those people will keep the time, try to understand what is happening, they have a goal, okay? They have actually the power to act, face the challenges. So until I actually to the next year, can follow it. Thank you so much to all of you, and
Okay, thank you very much, but I think that's all. Now you're free to go, actually. Thank you all.